Hello? Hi? I think we did it. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the spookiest edition of the mmod Q&A. My name is Nick, aka Goknak. I'm the project lead and development lead of mmod, here to answer some beautiful questions asked by some beautiful members of our Discord, !Discord in our chat, by the way, to join and ask these questions that you see on live here. We do try to answer some questions live, but definitely join our Discord, hang out with us, ask us questions there that you want to see us answer live here. But I am joined with one member of the team. You can go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'll get going. Okay, yeah, no, that's
mysterious. No,
just crop you into the corner.
Hi, I'm Tom. I do UI and web dev and etc. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Jack of all trades, kind
of. Pretty much. I've been doing a lot of tooling this month actually. So.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of great stuff. It's there's a lot. There's we'll actually talk about it in this next slide. It's the kind of standard slide that we get to talk about kind of the development progress and stuff, what everyone's been up to. So, as tradition, right? I'll go first. Basically, we just redid our entire engines build system in CMake. For those that don't do any C++ development at all, CMake is a project kind of generator. It outlines how we generate solution files, or how we integrate kind of our editors, our code editors, into editing and building the engine. We were on Valve's proprietary build system called VPC, and it was just really annoying for Linux devs, and we were trying to extend it by generating CMake files, and then it turned out that another license member, I think I'm gonna probably butcher this name, Spearwell, was like, why not just go full CMake? And then ended up doing pretty much all of the work, 95%, I'd say. The last 5% was getting CMake presets and stuff figured out, making sure that everything was properly set, just because it was a large effort that was kind of done in parallel with normal momentum development. So just getting everything back up to speed was that last little bit. But yeah, Spearwell did a ton, so huge shout outs to them. But we're now fully on CMake, which is really exciting because it's a standardized kind of generator across both Linux and Windows. So it's we don't have to worry about editing VPC or the lack of documentation with VPC. We now have CMake as a whole at our fingertips. So we're able to do things like generate files during build that we can very easily do cross-platform. We can invoke scripts and stuff. It's really, really nice and really powerful.
CMake is insanely powerful.
Yeah.
It is a workhorse. And
I'm really enjoying it. So I've been kind of learning a bit of CMake. We for example, the most recent thing we did was now we generate our shader generated files during the build, as opposed to in a separate tool. It's really nifty. So there's a lot of extension to be done there, but that took a lot of time, mainly because we had to validate making sure that the engine worked. Linux, yes, we do have a Linux native build. So answering that question
on Linux.
Yes, we have quite a couple of dedicated Linux devs, and I think I said it before. Once Windows 10 goes end of life, I might actually try to go full Linux desktop, or try to dual boot, maybe mainstay Linux, but have a Windows partition just so I can debug stuff for Windows too. Because that's the problem as a game dev. You have to have Windows. You can't go full Linux, even if we're trying to go towards and fully support Linux desktop, right? So so my main kind of thing this whole month has been figuring out like kind of the remaining 5% of CMake just with presets and how that system works, as well as looking into things like caching builds, like using Ccache. Turns out the way that we generate our project doesn't work with that. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of fun rabbit holes around compiling the game on CMake that I went down, and yeah, really happy with the work that's been done by the team, especially Spurwell.
So great. Yeah, yeah. But loads of other people did a bunch of work. Like JJ did a lot, right? But
Yeah,
yeah, Spurwell really
BLT jumped in and fixed up Momentum's compile. So there was a lot of great work done.
So this is like completely something that goes on in the background, but honestly, when you're dealing with something as large as a source engine, right? Like we do
Yeah.
need to spend a good amount of time like keeping everything manageable
Yeah.
because it's the fucking massive code base.
Yeah, I think there's like 137 individual like projects inside of the full source engine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's people got their train emotes. Let's go. Anyway,
thanks Twitch.
Yeah, thanks
Love
Twitch.
Amazon.
Anyway. Yeah, so that's what the main chunk of the work for the past month has been. However, some highlights though that I do want to bring out too. Rio in particular has been still working on the save state related functionality. So this is required not only for our verification that we're going to be doing, because obviously we need to save the state of your run when you start it, but also the save logs, right? The current like saves or checkpoints or whatever that you might be used to them being called, they're effectively going to become in-game like saves of where we save pretty much everything that's relevant. So entities, your weapons, the entities that your weapons spawn, things like that are all going to be tracked by this system. So Rio's been doing great work in that regard. Lumia's been doing great work in defrag, as well as some general movement related things. So for example, they've implemented the which you're actually going to see in the 092 release coming very soon, is the Ahop STAP buffer, as well as the digital kind of it's the digital like was it plus strafe like movement input. So two things that we really wanted to push into Ahop to see how it works and just garner feedback on that and go from there. We actually have an Ahop related question that I'll delve more into detail about when we get there. But yeah, Lumia's been doing great work there. Slidey's been picking up a lot of great miscellaneous like graphics bugs that you guys have been reporting through our GitHub or even on our Discord, which thank you so much for reporting bugs. That's the best way to get them fixed. Is giving us either an example, map or example like test cases for us to go into and fix. It just makes everything better and easier to debug that way. And then Bray's been busy with real life stuff. It's all understandable, but she's also converted I think some more panels over to panorama. Those will be coming in soon. I think the FPS meter, some more engine kind of specific panels, so that we're starting to move away from VGUI entirely, which is again our goal, right? We want to have a centralized kind of user interface and not deal with like 5 different ways to draw text on screen. So there's and then I think Tom, if you want to talk about
I've not been the last couple of months I've been
stuff.
pretty busy with other stuff. But the main thing I've been doing has been localization, I guess. So I spoke about this before, but when we were originally doing like all of our new panorama UI, we didn't do whatchamacallit, we didn't tokenize everything. So we'd use like literal English strings, like, a open button says literally open in the text field. When you want to have a game that's in multiple languages, you don't want to do that, right? You want to have some reference to open. It was just, I don't know, for us it would be like common _ open or whatever, and then that's going to be localized into every different language. And then when you boot up the game in a different language, it's going to show you it in whatever language, including English. So yeah, I've been getting all that ported over and then working on PoEditor, which if you've not seen, we've not done our sort of full announcement about that yet because
that's coming with
092 super soon. But basically, well, I guess we can talk about it now. We've had an enormous number of contributions. Just looking at stuff now. So we have about just over 1,100 1,119 terms that have needed translating. And I think we have about 6 or 7 languages that are already pretty much finished.
Yeah.
Right, what do we have? I'm going to go through them just to give a shout out. I won't go through every contributor,
Speaking of
but
shoutouts,
like,
thank you, Repster, for the raid. Welcome, everyone.
oh, hey, Rapster, thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. So the languages we've pretty much finished Danish. Finnish isn't finished, unfortunately. It's
Oh.
only on 18%. Terrible. Come on, someone needed to finish, and then I could have. Anyway. We got Danish and English, obviously, German, Hungarian. I didn't realize someone had done so much Hungarian. Italian, Japanese, Norwegian's pretty close to done. Portuguese and then Brazilian Portuguese are both finished. Russian, Spanish. I think that's it. All those
Yeah.
languages are almost completely done. We'll be adding more terms in the future. There's more stuff to go, but yeah, it is a MOA. Yeah, it's an anime MOA.
Anime
Um,
moai generated by
yeah,
AI. It's great.
and then loads of other languages that are like at really good like levels of completion, like both simplified and traditional Chinese, at 69 and 54% respectively.
Nice.
Loads. I mean, it's been amazing to see the amount of work people have done. We've not even like fully announced it.
Yeah.
What we're gonna do is for 092, we will all the stuff that's currently on Power Editor, we're gonna ship. We'll then make it a bit stricter in the future updates to require proofreading. In that we're gonna
Yes.
have we'll go over this in the like announcement post, but we'll be having language leads for every language, which basically
Yes.
means we're gonna recruit generally one person is the plan who's going to sort of oversee that specific language, and their job is to try like and consult with like every other person working on the language as much as possible, but to be the person that is ready to like go on Power Editor and check something as being proofread, which
Yes.
means they're happy with it
It's
basically.
like it's finalized. Like it's
Yeah,
good for the game.
yeah. And
Ready for the
then
game.
once that's been proofread, then those will be the strings to get brought in. So in the future, stuff will need to be proofread, but
Mm-hmm.
for now, for the first update, we're gonna just ship everything because it'll be fun. So again, like if you when 092 comes out, if you launch the game, if you set like the game's default language to like Japanese, it should pretty much be everything in Japanese.
Yes.
Which is really cool.
I
And that's all
I
automated as well. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's fully automatic. Every time we do a push, we'll be pulling in the latest work that's been done on PO Editor. And I do want to note that if there are languages that aren't on there, this is because we only support the languages that Steam offers through the user interface. We don't want to add another language system on top of that to like dynamically
Yeah,
change the
we
language and
discussed
stuff in
doing that.
game. If there's enough request for that, we could try to forward that over to Valve because we do have a direct
No, no,
contact to
no, no.
them. But we could also look into the system if there is a genuine need
We could
for.
do an in-game language UI for it. It wouldn't be the
Yeah.
hardest thing in the world, honestly. I
Hmm.
mean, the main thing would be being able to do language reloads on the fly. But I think SL said he was interested in doing that. So I mean, we
Yeah,
could potentially do it.
there should be
Also,
a
the
way
fact
to
we're
do
on
it.
Panorama gives us really good. Yeah, so it also selects from Steam settings. Yeah, and that's
Yes,
why we're kind of limited to the languages we can currently do because the only languages we do now are the ones that you set in.
in Steam.
Yeah. So stuff. I think of some of the languages that we previously were keen on doing that we're not going to do. Esperanto for one. I don't think we're going with, unfortunately.
Right.
I think it was Esperanto and something else. I can't remember. We're going to do most of the
Oh,
Steam languages. You can see them all on Power Editor. I'm not going to list
yes.
everything out now. Um,
You could.
we take
Do you have
this.
the link for PO Editor? Could you drop that in the chat?
Oh, let me just check. I'm getting the right one. That's like the public one.
Yeah.
Oh god, because we changed it used to be in the localization channel pins, but now it's
Yeah, you have to go to the general. I got it for you. Don't worry. So if you all are interested in helping translate, feel free to join this project. You can use any like social login or whatever. You don't have to use a username and password. It's pretty nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, the announcement's going to go over this. So general localization work will be key rewarded. So if you are helping translate terms or leaving comments and like helping clarify things,
Yeah.
and then you also join our Discord, and like I think we have a post, a thread, or not a thread, a channel inside of the localization forum channel that you can link to or say your PO editor username. That will let us reference that you've helped, right? And then you can get a key
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah, the only disclaimer there is don't do it just for key because we will have other people that speak that language, and if you use like Google Translate or something, people are going to notice, and
Yeah,
like just don't do that. That would be I think we can revoke keys if we really wanted to, and that might be a case where we work
I
with someone.
I guess, but the main thing to keep in mind is just it's to help represent momentum in your language, right? Like that's how this should be viewed. So if you are really passionate about getting momentum to look nice in Russian or Spanish or whatever you may speak, please help out with that. And yeah, absolutely. Like this is what we're starting to, because again, this is as we're I think there might be a question that touches on this, but as we're starting to approach O10 and like these later updates, we're going to be shotgunning keys out more to like people that are helping. So porting maps, right? Helping zone maps, things like that, collecting information or screenshots or things like that. We'll have general quote unquote low skill kind of like not coding, right? Related tasks that you can do for keys and get access to the game way earlier. So yeah. So just stay tuned for that. We'll have way more information in the like announcement and blog post about the translation work and how to be a localization lead if you really want to take charge over a specific language. And absolutely, we appreciate everyone's help with this because it'll be really fun to get it in game and see, because I've already started to see some people streaming momentum in other languages, like I think there was a Japanese streamer playing the game, but the game's in English, but it'll be so cool to see it in Japanese, right? Like so it'll be awesome. I'm really looking forward to seeing, because again, this game is aiming to be a global platform, so localization is aiming to represent it globally.
People that really do like are proud to be like doing this localization work, and like the fact that they are like helping with this and making the game more accessible in that language.
Yeah.
That like
and helping us too with like clarifying English, because some of it was like
been really nice to go
not great.
People. for definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's localization, but it's also a kind of form of quality control.
Yes.
And yeah, but also we will go through Pro Editor stats and stuff afterwards and do in-game credits as well, especially leads, but maybe some other like big contributors and stuff. I'm not sure exactly how we'll do it.
Yeah,
you could even automate it, to be honest. I just pull the most active contributors and list them.
Yeah, part of that like language pull down maybe. But yeah, so it's really awesome to see the amount of effort that's going in right now, and just the continued effort. Because again, what Tom was saying earlier, we are adding more terms as we go towards 1.0.
Right. And the main thing, if you go in the learn section right now, right, and see like some of the text descriptions in there, like say for sticky jump, we want to do that for every mode. And we do want to localize that, and that's just an enormous amount of work. Translation. I mean, that's going to be a shitload of work. So like, I mean, not to like dismiss the people that like really got into it immediately when we added all the terms. But if you haven't had a chance, like if the language you want to contribute is already done, but you're still really interested in contributing, like there's absolutely going to be more stuff to do in the future. And also we just really want to have discussion there. Like obviously there's like, this translation is not like a one-to-one thing. I go on about this all the time because I did a lot of it in my degree. Shout out to Coin. I think I gave Coin a shout out like before, but I mean every time there's no such thing as a translation manual. There's like, if you want to do like computer based translation, you have to use like machine learning and really complicated stuff. You can't just map one sentence to another. There's no mapping that exists for all sentences, right? Sorry. Anyway,
right.
So what the main thing, the takeaway there is, we want people that are going to discuss translations and to like actually like that's going to be the best thing, is having multiple people that can talk about that language and agree on stuff. We've had, I think, Italian was really good. We had several people like discussing a lot of stuff in Italian that I was following. But if you go on because we're using the Discord forums, if you go on there, we've got a forum thread for every language. And we're really keen to see people getting like really into like the nitty-gritty of like different translations. Italian was mainly done by one person, I think, Infu. But there's also been, I think, Lee, like was discussing stuff a lot and helped improve some of the translations, and that's what we really want to see. Like some stuff might have been like rushed through and done pretty well, but can use a few touch-ups. But then people start discussing it and like really perfecting it. That's the thing that like we're really, really keen to see. And it's fun. It's a nice like social activity, and hopefully people like get on with each other, and it's like a nice thing.
And then we have yet to ship it, so we have yet to see how this is going to break our UI. But once we do, it'll be great. So,
but we do have to go.
We do. That is true. We do have a lot of great CSS, and like, so it should be able to handle a lot of it. But we'll see. I mean, who knows, right? So it's going to be exciting. So, but yeah, and then I think just kind of some other recaps. I think Peensqueaker has also been busy, but also touching up implementing jump stats into Panorama. So we'll actually be able to have Rhodey's SSJ HUD be natively in the game in the future. But right now we're getting like the data exposure that then Panorama would use and then show like things like your SSJ or your gain or things like that. And then down the line, we're going to have HUD customization where you can customize exactly the HUD that you want, right? Like you can have exactly the elements that you want, where you want them, and save them, and then even share those configurations. So we're looking into that aspect as well. So a lot of exciting stuff coming down the chute, right? So we got a lot of stuff, and I'm really excited to get it out.
Almost finished for a while that are finally in. So aspect ratio stuff is
Oh yes, that's true.
Some little bugs with it. I mean, we've tested quite a bit. Some stuff doesn't look great. The map selector game modes thingy has like a scroll.
Yeah.
That's probably going to change when we redo our game mode icons, which is
right. And when we add sub modes, because how are sub modes going to be properly? Yeah. So yeah, we got a lot of UX there.
I guess 1610 might be a little jank, but it's still pretty playable. So that's
more playable than before.
yeah. And we'll be continuing to like make tweaks and improve that stuff, of course.
Yeah.
But that's been there for a while and finally done. And that was mostly Peensqueaker doing that work. I just came in, I sat on it for like 3 months and then made like 4 changes and left. Then we got it in. And yeah, little fixes to Panorama coming as well. I think hopefully the end of run graph is finally going to be fixed.
Oh yeah, that's right. That too. Yeah, because we updated CS:GO code, but we didn't update our Panorama to reflect it.
Yeah.
All right. There's been more work, but a lot of it's escaping me, and we've also been on this section for a little too long, so we're going to move to the first question. We got a lot of great questions today, so yeah, let's go to this first one.
Should I read?
Oh, yeah, if you'd like to.
Shooter asks, are there plans for cross-game mode leaderboards? The hyphen is between cross and game, not
wow, yeah, okay.
Mode.
I guess that's missing another hyphen. Sorry about that. Or no, wait, would it be 3 or 2 hyphens? I don't know. It just put hyphens between all the words. Anyway,
I'm not sure if they mean between separate games, like I don't know, momentum and defrag.
So there's yeah, like there. Okay, so mode mixing and kind of like in maps being environments for different modes. So this was talked about before in a previous Q&A, but I think trying to rehash the idea here, right, of what we want is maps to effectively be environments, right? They aren't dictated by a game mode, but there's a lot of maps nowadays that are only made for one game mode in mind, because it was like made for a server or something that only did that game mode. So what we want to do, right, is start to kind of pull back a little bit and make it so that you can set modes for your map, supported modes for your map, through our website when you submit the map. And then when the player goes to like actually play or search for maps that support their desired mode, they'll see your map and be able to play it in that mode. This will actually start to open up a lot of existing maps that might be for surf or for rocket jump or like sticky jump, and open it up for these other modes that would not otherwise like have been thought of at the time of creation, right? So a lot of overlap that was found was like Ahop and defrag. So like we could actually technically have a lot of Ahop maps if we end up porting a lot of defrag maps over and allowing this kind of cross mode thing. So obviously, right, like you won't be competing on the same leaderboard because that would be ridiculous, but we would have it separated into the modes that you play it on. So yeah, for example, DF neutron or whatever, right? Like if you play it in defrag, right, you'll have the defrag boards and like all of the run tags there. But if you play it in Ahop mode, then you have the Ahop boards, and it won't mix there. But we will have some UX available there to say like, hey, what kind of like leaderboards do you want to see? And it's based off of the mode that you loaded the map like into, right? Right now we have game mode overrides, so you can still play on maps in a different mode. A lot of people have been playing like, parkour and RJ Beef, PK Beef, but stuff like that. Like we want to eventually allow that as like the way that maps can be released. So maps that originally come out as surf only or something could be changed to be a sticky jump map if it works or something like that. The main the main requirement with that is whether or not the map is going to be fun competitively, or at all. If it's just going to be really tedious and just more of a challenge, we could look into maybe having like unranked leaderboards or something for it, to where it's like it's not really promoted, but like you can still do it and maybe submit a time, or we'll store a replay or something for you. So we'll see kind of how that goes. But there are absolutely plans to make maps more of an environment that multiple modes could play, and then having entities hook into what mode is currently loading. So you can have things like different routes for different game modes if you want, right? So you can turn on and off like boosters or whatever for different, game modes that might be played. So yeah, that's absolutely planned, because that's one of the nice benefits of the platform, right, is centralizing all of these modes in one spot. So why not make maps applicable to multiple modes in one spot? So a lot of people are really upset about the hyphen. I apologize. I will improve my hyphen place in game. Yeah. Future Q&As. Yeah, was there any input, Tom, on this one?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, sticky jump, rocket jump, loads of people like to play those in different ways. I don't know why. People like war pogo, I guess, but
yeah. That is the thing that we want to prevent, though. And I think a lot of jumpers on the team are in agreement, and I think a lot of jumpers in general would be in agreement that, like, I mean, yeah, technically sticky jumpers could do literally fucking every map. Like, that's not a problem, right? They can airpogo everywhere, like, duh. But, like, we want to make sure that it's like an actual fun, like, completable challenge that would garner interest from more than just like 5 people. Right? Like, we want it to be like, oh, like this map is actually structured in a way that, like, if you took out the surf ramps, it is like a sticky jump map or something, like something like that, where it's like a tier 6 or something. Like, that would be really interesting, because that, and then the nice thing about how our website is set up and leaderboards are set up is we can always add the alternate mode later. So like we can add the surf map, right? And then down the line, people start to realize, yeah, this is really fun in sticky jump. Let's add it as like an official mode. We add it, right? It's the same thing for ranking leaderboards as well, right? Because of the way our rank system works, we can always rank a leaderboard later. So if a map isn't as fun, or down the line becomes more of a competitive map or something, we can enable rank points on it, right? So yeah, it's a lot of flexibility with that, right? Like, there's no strict process when it comes to like, oh, this has to be surf only, right? Because the server only does surf or something, right? Like, there's no constriction like that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of that blend, and then original maps made for multiple modes too, right? Because and then I think we do have another question about mode mixing in particular, with like in a map and like how that would work, but we'll get to that. That is a future question. All right. Moving on to the next. Thank you, Shooter, for that question.
Thank you. Lad Duck asks, do you have a game plan to attract new players to your game, or is momentum going to be primarily geared towards players who already play or have played movement mods, I assume?
Yes. So, right, the main thing that we need to, I think, obtain when it comes to like the public interest, right, general public interest, is showing how easy it is to get into the game modes that we support. And learn is going to play a fucking huge part of that. People currently, even, right, they signed up for the playtest, they get into the playtest, they have no clue what they're doing on Surfitopia or whatever, if they find the maps. Having an avenue to teach in the game how to play the game, in making the game an extremely low barrier to entry to play, assuming that, it's not a completely, fresh account or something. But even then, right, like the restricted, in the sense of like anti-cheat or whatever, right, the restricted accounts will still be able to play. They just won't be able to like submit runs or get rank points yet. So the idea, right, with this is just making the game have a very low barrier to entry, right? A very high skill ceiling. And the skill curve, fine-tune the skill curve to where you're educating to the point where they have to learn through playing the custom maps, right? Like, you get all of the core mechanics down, and then you show them the maps that use the mechanics so that they can practice and improve, right? And then just kind of set them free and let them grow from there. I think that is a great approach. Now, if you're talking about marketing, I believe we were asked about marketing a while ago, probably like last year Q&A. And when it comes to marketing, realistically, we don't have a budget. Like we don't have tens of thousands of dollars to like go and throw like $300 to like every streamer to go and check out the game or whatever happens. But like I think we will find more success in the word of mouth and kind of natural. Like we want to put it in the hands of people like Summit, and you know, like it would be great if we could get it up to XQC and those kind of, because there's a domino effect that happens when people like XQC play it, right? Because then their viewer base does, or other streamers, you know, watching them start to check it out and be like, yeah, I'll do it. So there's that avenue too. But like the pay to like play method, I don't know if we'll be able to fully do that. We might be able to do a couple of streamers, but realistically, we'd love to see how far the community outreach can go to get the game in the hands of people. Because again, it's free to play, right? The only thing that they'd be like wasting is like the time that it takes to download and like try it out a bit. So you know, like there's not really a game plan for like monetize marketing that way. But having just more of a natural outreach, maybe mentioning it in donations to streamer would probably be the most monetization that we do. You know, it's just more of like a kind of get the game in the eyes of these streamers that would be interested in trying out a game like it. And that's why Summit comes to mind, because Summit used to serve for like a lot of CS pros.
There's loads of streamers that could be really good. I know Seagull wants to play it. That would be really cool. Seagull's a streamer that I really, really like.
Yeah, Seagull's
awesome.
awesome.
I need to jump off the back of what you're saying, because I have 2 points I really want to make.
Yes, absolutely.
This first one kind of ties into what you said at the start. The main thing with like big streamers that play it, I mean, there's a pretty good chance, you know, XQC, people like that play it, and like lots of really big streams. What we need to be focusing on is making sure that then the people that start playing the game off the back of that actually have somewhere to start, and they're not just thrown in at the deep end.
Yeah.
Which is why stuff like Learn Section is so important, because that kind of big flux of like massive streams or whatever, which is pretty likely to happen, like we're probably only going to get that once, maybe a second time for campaign, but you know, like the main window of 1.0 release is going to be the main time that we want to get the most out of that. So I mean, that really just emphasizes why we want to have the game finished and in a good state for that, especially stuff like Learn Section, because we kind of only get that once, and we don't want people to be just completely lost. Because you can watch someone surf on stream and think, this looks really fun, I bet I could do this. And then you start trying to do it, and like, you know, you can't do stage 2 of Surf Beginner after like for an hour.
Yeah.
Giving people a soft landing. I mean, it's inevitably really hard, because the skill curves on pretty much all of these modes are really tough. Like, you know, Surf, like getting to the point of like being able to just move sort of in a sort of sensible way. Like stage 2 of Begin is a really interesting one that I was talking about to people the other day, because like it seems really simple, but a lot of people struggle to just do that 90-degree
ramp transfer. Right.
And in fact, sorry, I was discussing this, I think, with Granis, who's a surf mapper, a really good surf mapper, who's on our team and working on the Learn Section. I think it was Granis. And the other point, I'm vehemently against doing paying money to streamers. I just think that's just spaffing money at the wall. Because that kind of promo stuff, like for games that can pay for it, they're paying so much fucking money. Like, you know, for stuff like Overwatch 2 launch or shit like that, you know, they probably spent millions on that. I mean, like if you think of it, like, and we have, you know, our OC budget, which, you know, we could spend.
It's more towards the team, right? Yeah, but it's like, geared towards the team.
Well, team first, and then, you know, potential server costs, stuff like that. Like it's just throwing it at promo stuff, I'm completely unconvinced by. And I mean, without mentioning any names, we have had promoters reach out to us, some of which are really good and seem like pretty organized, solid companies, but we don't have the budget for it.
Way too much. It's like 10,
and they are
10,000 for
and
3 months.
I don't think we're being arrogant in saying that we think we can do a lot of like our community management stuff ourselves, but I think we can. I
think that's a great point, because the specific thing is media, right? If we're putting stuff out on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, if we're putting like, here's the game, here's what you can do in the game, like just gameplay, just talk about the actual game and show it, like we've already garnered a ton of interest, because again, Surf, Bunny Hop, this kind of stuff is known through people watching streams, through people playing CSGO, through that, right? So like it's just a matter of advertising it out, and then just having that ease of access into the game, and promoting the idea of like you can invite your friends to play, right? Like, because lobbies are free, you can invite like whoever you want to a
Yeah,
lobby.
that's the main thing. Is like really showing off the features and
Yeah,
having people stream is going to be great for that. Most of the time when someone's
exactly.
streaming the game, they're going to be in a lobby with friends or like some massive fucking lobby.
Right, the
So you're
roaming
going to see those
lobbies. Yeah.
features. I also just want to say that a kind of a final point. Like, I feel that given that like the number of small streamers that like play the game a lot and really try and sort of make something out of momentum, it would just be kind of unpleasant to then start just chucking money at like big streamers.
Big
Like,
streamers,
I
right?
don't know. I'd much rather try and like promote small streamers playing the game that like are actually really passionate about the game
Right.
and spend our time like doing like we have our sort of live stream bot and stuff on the Discord that's pretty useful, but us doing some
Mhm.
of our own streams and hosting other small streamers based off of that kind of thing. Like I'd much rather put our energy into getting like I don't know, just a more sort of even playing field when it comes to stream numbers and having like
Yeah.
lots of different streams that all get like decent viewerships as opposed to like, oh yeah, we need XQC to play the game for 6 hours or whatever. That would be great, and I'm not at all against
Yeah,
any big
we
streamers playing it, but like I
yeah.
do really, I don't know, I feel like as soon as we get into that kind of crazy world of like big streamer stuff, that like
And it doesn't guarantee new players are going to play it, right? Like that's
no.
so that's the other thing
That's
too
another
is
really
like
good point. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. If they're sincerely enjoying the game and they like it and they're playing it because it seems like a good game,
yeah,
as opposed to being paid for it,
paid to do it
that's
and
gonna
then
show. And like most streamers, like people like to watch streamers because they're honest about stuff. Like if you see like sponsor streams or stuff, you can kind of tell, and they're kind of crap when like some streamers playing something they're clearly not into.
yeah.
So like it almost seems like it could be a negative to start paying people to play it because then it just becomes a less like sincere sort of project or like feels yeah.
Yeah, I think one more point, and then we'll move on. Is
Mm.
there was mention about like kind of overlapping communities to where we can reach out to Trackmania, so virtual like kind of like getting similar esque games, getting the kind of game in front of them, right? Getting in front of like Trackmania or teaming up with people that make Trackmania content and kind of like cross promoting, right? Like that kind of stuff is really more our kind of style of like it is really just community based like it should be, right? Because like we're trying to build a platform with this awesome community that supports all of these wonderful modes and just like it's not supposed to be snaring and trapping people. It's like, you've heard of this, come and try it out and hang out. Like that's kind of what this game is meant to be. And then if you really get into it, which you can, go for world record. That's kind of like the path, right? The pipeline, I guess. But no, it's yeah, I think that other communities are also going to play a pretty big role,
Mm.
and just people in this community that we already have that can reach out, that can get it in front of
Mm.
people that might have a louder voice than the majority of us, right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, so we'll see. It's gonna be exciting, but we have I think Siegel, Kurt, we have I think even Kurt showed probably like Siegel it, and
Streamed it for like hundreds of hours.
Banny. We have a lot
Oh yeah,
of
Paddy will probably
creators,
play it. Yeah,
a lot
but
of creators looking forward to it. So it's just a matter of getting the game out and in their hands, I think. So and then getting
yeah,
natural feedback on it and
yeah.
not paid.
But I mean that's
So,
the thing is like with a game that is clearly just sort of skill based and like I don't know, so many FPS games nowadays have really shit movement, and I think like especially TF2 players like
yeah.
clearly like want to play games that still have good movement. Like the number of people that went from TF2 to Overwatch, and I don't know how they live with themselves because like, well, how they get by. Like it was like fucking Overwatch movement, like just like AD strafing for like 10 hours a day.
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah. So it'll be interesting to see it.
yeah,
And then, I mean, if it's not exploding or whatever, I mean, we can try more drastic things, but we're really, the realistic way that we're going forward is just kind of more word of mouth and just natural organic spread because I
yeah,
think the game has potential to explode if it does it organically. If we do it via
yeah,
paid, it'll just kind of like, yeah, it could explode, but then simmer because it's like,
yeah, yeah.
versus like people naturally getting excited about the game. So. All right. Thank you, Lad Duck, for this question. We'll move on to the next one.
Excuse me. But what? I forgot about this. Can you include coconut.jpg momentum such that if you remove it, the game will not run? What game was this for?
This was TF2, and it was a myth.
Yeah,
It was an urban myth.
is it not
Coconut,
true?
yeah, coconut. Like I think it was coconut.btf, but maybe I don't know. Maybe there could be a HUD or something, right? That just like crashes the game or like
Yeah.
does engine command quit
I mean, there's
when
there's
it
some
doesn't.
weird stuff in the engine where you'll see like assist._exit at like random places when
Oh
something
god,
repeats
or
in the mode.
error.
Like,
There's a
there's
lot of
so
that
many
in
weird
map
stuff.
loading. Like the game's just like I can't load this map, fuck you, and then crashes, and it's like why? Like just stop
It's
loading the map
really
and like
annoying.
reset. Like
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of that we want to get rid of. That we want to make it more sandboxed or just where it's like it tries to like do things and
Yeah.
if it fails, it gracefully backs away and like resets state. Like that's the
Like,
main thing, right? Like there's so many just assumptions around like, oh shit, like
I
there's
mean,
not a
surely like
coconut.jpg
being
crash. Like no, that
yeah,
was a
you're right.
myth.
This exits like all over the place. Like, surely you've got to turn around and like think to yourself, like
Maybe there's
is
some of
this
this that could
the
be
best way
handled
of doing
better.
it? Maybe they don't review that stuff that much. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Like imagine like entering like a convar wrong and it suspects like there's like things like that inside the engine and it's just frustrating. So yeah, there's a
control
lot of
shift
that
and
stuff that we're
force
gonna be
exit.
improving. We want to improve BSP loading, so but it'd be funny. It'd be a funny like kind of Easter egg to have it just be like in media like images coconut.jpg and if you delete it like the
Mm,
game
mm.
just refuses to boot up and like maybe an error pop up be like please restore the coconut
Yeah.
or something. That'd be funny. It'd be a fun Easter egg. So maybe that's my answer to this. Is like that'd be a good kind of like sneaky update that we can do,
No.
tongue in cheek. I mean, we gave demo a Glock, so like anything is possible. Um, all right. Thank you, CaWU. We'll move on to the next question.
Always love the cow questions. KGR asks crosshairs when. We've actually removed crosshairs.
Yes, you don't get
I
any
think this
more.
might mean texture-based crosshairs, as
I
opposed to like
think
the kind of
so.
janky CS:GO ones. I think Slidey did do some support for that. I can't remember how finished it is, but I think you can name
Yeah,
it VTF.
you can override the
Um,
HUD. I don't know how
yeah,
streamlined we're gonna make that because
we
again,
don't
it's
want to do
like
like a file browser in the game, right? Like we
right
don't want
no.
to. Obviously that would be kind of nice to be able to go to a file browser, pick some like PNG, and have it converted, but like that's just not worth it.
Yeah, it's a lot of
So
effort
many of the
for.
ways that like this stuff is done has been so jank over the years. Like, it used to be like
Mhm.
fonts, right? In VGI.
Yeah.
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 I
And
mean,
now it's
maybe
SVGs, which is
we could
yeah.
potentially use SVGs, and actually let it load an SVG. But with crosshairs, you want them to be like super precise, like to the exact pixel.
Yeah.
And the way SVG loading works in Panorama, first off, it doesn't work very well,
Yeah.
because it's kind of janky. Love you, Valve. But also it rasterizes it like on load,
Yeah.
and then just stores it in memory or ReRAM. I don't know. So you might not get like super sharp like pixel crosshair. So it might make more sense to do VTF. Something to ask Slidey about, because I think he worked on it a while ago, but I'm not really sure where it's at. I do agree it would be nice, but it would probably involve using File Explorer to like move some file, convert it to a VTF, and then name it like crosshair.vtf and put it in some folder in custom or something.
All right.
I think that would be okay for most people. And then
I,
a lot of time it's not people that want to make their own crosshairs, but yeah, like a circular crosshair for sure. Like I use a
yeah.
circle crosshair in a lot of games.
Yeah.
But
Like
yeah,
dots. Yeah. Dot
yeah.
crosshairs.
The way it works, like the current one works, is I can't remember exactly what it is to render it, but it does literally just draw sort of rectangles on screen, like at quite a low level, I think, right? And we could, change that to allow sort of circuit stuff potentially. But I think honestly, the way Valve did it is pretty good, and it's actually quite simple and clean from what I remember about that code. So I kind of,
Yeah.
we don't want to like bloat it. But yeah, maybe VTF loading we should look into more. And if it's not,
Or yeah.
if it is, just do better instructions for how to do it.
Right. Or we just look at shapes that people would want the most. So dot, right? Like circular. Like just
Yeah,
have
we could
that
also
be an
do something
option.
similar to how we do the missing
Um.
texture thing, right? Where we do populate a drop down into settings with a missing texture, like different missing texture types, like
Right.
the grid and the noise and the
But
noise
we do that for
or
like
whatever.
shapes for the crosshair or something, and
Yeah.
just like support more than
And
the
then make an
boxes.
instruction for how to do it for custom. Yeah, I think honestly that would
Mm.
be a pretty decent thing. The first thing to do would be to ask Slidey about it.
Yeah.
If someone wants to make a thread in Discord on the feedback channel, maybe you could just give Slidey a ping. That would be a really good shout just to track it because I don't want to do a GitHub issue right now.
Yeah.
Or write a post myself. But yeah, we could definitely do that.
Yeah.
And it sounds quite easy.
So hopefully that answers that. I don't know. I'm like kind of like questioning whether or not this was like a joke about like people asking when features that we already have in the game get in. Because I think prior Q&A did that.
Use my like keyboard for
Yeah.
movement.
Something like that. But hopefully that answers that, KJR. Thank you for this question. We'll move on to the next.
Blank asks, what tick rate is closest to what is in momentum currently? This is quite an easy one.
Yeah, this is actually a great question because it's not actually really easily conveyed or like advertised, right? Because we just have the modes, and it's like it's not really.
They're going to be more tied to zones, aren't they, in the future? So for O10, we can do more to display it. Say like the tick rate of a track, not a zone.
No, it's actually it's only going to be it is per mode, because we do want to kind of, and then it's run flags, like might be able to change it to be like
right,
so
like you could
do a track and a different tick
rate. The run flag would be of the track, right?
Yeah.
So and we have a main track for every map, so you can still show in the UI the run flags for the main track and just get the tick rate from there.
Yeah, we could do something like that. And it is just a matter of showing it, but the problem is a lot of new players don't know what it is and don't really care. Like we can mention it in our learn section, like what it means for each of the modes when you go through to learn the you'll accelerate.
Sort of introductory page for each mode, just talking about the sort of basics of it.
Yeah.
I think that would be a pretty good shout. So in there, the sort of basics of surf and what surf is about, for instance, that could just be a panorama page, and we do that for each mode.
Right, or glossary page, which I think we also wanted to do, which is also going to be a large localization effort. But
those are things that are great to get translated in games.
Yeah. So so to answer this question, what tick rate is closest? So what it depends on the mode. So if you're playing surf, we actually went with CSS. The 66 tick rate. That's 0.015 seconds a tick. And then for bunny hop, I think conk and trick surf, those are 100 tick. And then rocket jump and sticky jump are 66 tick as well. And then defrag is 125, I think, or 120. And then climb might be 128.
100 or something crazy.
Yeah, I think climb's going to be 128.
Okay.
Just because strafes are really important there.
CSGO can CSGO do 100 tick? I forget.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, 128 tick is actually a very common. Yeah, they're like
128.
CSGO players always want Valve to bump to that, even though it's like it doesn't. People don't actually tell the difference in competitive like servers, but in movement and like speed gain, yeah, you'll tell the difference. Because you have more ticks to accelerate on.
Yeah.
So
between 64 and 128, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was like a 3 clicks, like.
But it's literally just like twice the amount of processing. So yeah.
Yeah.
Only surf servers actually run an actual 100 ticks somehow. Oh, sorry, 105. 102. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely forget. There's some nice little formula for what it's I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Yeah, CSGO is kind of deliberately more limited in the tick rate, so it can.
Yeah, because they quantize to 64, I think, 1/64. Anyway, yeah, it's fun. But there's like we're trying to make those the standard, right? The standard tick rates. It'd be nice to have everything on the same tick rate, right? Because then it's all consistent. But obviously that would destroy some of the modes, so we don't want to do that. Like surf would be easier, right? It'd feel easier, and then people would probably complain. Even though 100 tick surf is kind of getting more popular, kind of recently. I don't know. So yeah, like it really depends on the mode. We can have kind of more mode information. Maybe when you start up the map or something. Obviously we got to show you what tick rate when you change tick rate, just so that you know that you're on default or not. So we'll figure out the UX flow for that. It's probably just going to be while you're in the start zone, like settings will pop up or something like that. And then we'll make it like pretty minuscule to where it's like if you don't know what it means, it doesn't matter, because it's like Yeah, like it doesn't mean anything to you if you don't know what tick rate means. So yeah, cool. Hopefully that answers that. Great question. It's not very in your face, right? But yeah, okay,
We can
cool.
definitely improve that for sure.
Yeah, definitely going to improve the UX around it. But thank you for that question. We'll move on to the next.
Justyoureventualruler are thoughts on the Ahop quality of life feedback post. I was just
Oh
getting that post
yes,
out.
yeah, I wanted to bring it
So
up too. So let me get that.
I'm gonna just run through some of them and just say the basics of them out loud. So the first one was an indicator to tell players when they're able to resprint. I think that's a good suggestion, and
Yes.
I would suggest just making a GitHub issue for.
Yes.
Because that's indicator to tell the tick information on AFH. I think who was it? What's her name?
Peenskrieger might be working on a HUD like
No, it
this.
was Mr. Burgers, I think.
Oh, Burgers. Okay.
Maybe P wants to do something there. Then one was remove swim up, swim down tech. It can be used to go slightly faster over normal AFH. I didn't know about that. That would be good to have details on because that sounds
Yeah.
kind of jank. And now with the game mode movement refactor, that should be quite easy because we'll have just all that swim up, swim down code is just in the like swim functions in that class.
Right.
Implement grace ticks are coming next update.
Yep.
And then there was consider changes to circle strafing. I think this was like discussed the most, but I don't really understand it or get the argument.
Circle strafing is hard to do.
Yeah,
We would have
I like why
to.
it's hard. I don't think
Yeah.
it's inconsistent. Is it if it was inconsistent? I mean, it not only is it extremely precise, but it causes it to feel inconsistent and give out seemingly random units. But it's also mandatory for top runners to use on every map. But it might seem inconsistent, but I've not heard anyone say it is inconsistent. I think circle strafe and the way it is difficult, I really like. It's definitely requires a lot of muscle memory, but
Yeah.
yeah. I would really need a stronger argument to be convinced that that is what's changing. I guess have a sort of personal bias and that I just really like the way circle strafe works currently, but I'd want other people to have to say the same thing. People that are really good at circle strafe and might have a good input. There's, I guess, Samuel and Ninja. Samuel has really, really clean circle strafes. And then the soft speed cap one I don't really get, and I think we'd have to spend a while going over.
Yeah, going down from 3,500 UPS to like a
Yeah,
2,000, just so that your ABHs and AFHs are like more like tighter, so it'd be more of like an indoors map or something. Like imagine like Ahop Easy, right, where you're kind of going
yeah,
along the track, but you have more
but that sounds
control,
like
I
it could be
guess.
its own a track property.
Maybe.
The Maxwell. I've been in favor of doing a track Maxwell being a track property for ages because like surf maps and stuff often do have increased Maxwell, but it's not clear when it is.
Yeah.
The best way to make that clear is for us to put it in the track properties, and then it is very easy for us in the game to just be like, well, what's the max velocity of this? Just look at the track property of the main track and then just display that on the UI. That's the thing that I care most about is just making that information available in a clean way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we should maybe do that, but that sounds like an O10 thing.
Yeah. For sure.
But the HUD stuff, I mean, go for it. There's a lot of please play conks. Wonderful. The indicator thing, yeah, I think Mr. Burgers might have been working on it. That's something we could do potentially.
Pre-strafe indicator. Yeah.
And then yeah, the resprint thing for sure. I'm not exactly sure where we'd put it by default, but again, with HUD customization coming pretty soon, I say pretty soon. I'm not going to be working on it for a fair bit because I need to get back to web.
Yeah, we got some
But
web
it
focusing.
sounds like a nice. Honestly, that with something like that, I'd like to have that just like to the right of the crosshair. It could be nice.
Yeah.
As a super small thing. But yeah, please issues for those good ones. Why does Twitch say you do this? Okay. So yeah, sorry if none of us got to know. I don't think any team members like really responded to those posts. I for the circle strafe thing, I'd really need a stronger argument to like. I'm not convinced at all by that, but the UI stuff for sure, I think we should do.
Yeah.
Does that cover it? You think, Nick?
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Definitely make an issue about the straight or the sprint UI because that makes sense. Um, yeah. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, that basically mirrored my thoughts too. Yeah, I brought it up too. I was just reading it while you were going through. Yeah, it's. I definitely want to see how the stat buffer is gonna go first before we start doing more
I like
QoL.
it. I don't think, man. I think it's basically just been me and Lumia playing it. But I compiled a release build of it the other night and was playing with it. It
Yeah,
feels it's not that major a change in a way because
I forget. Do we have
the
this?
main reason you find
Oh,
that
we
like
don't.
you don't the
Sorry.
main reason that you don't want to hold S for very long is just that it slows you down a bunch.
Yeah.
Not so much that it
There we
like
go.
actually whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to get in, to sign up for playtester.
Sorry. Yeah, I was trying to do that sneakily. Exclamation mark playtest does not work. Got to make a alias for that.
Yeah. So I really like the little grace period because it doesn't change the gameplay very much. It just makes stuff a little bit nicer.
Yes.
But yeah, I really want people to play around with that. Play it on some, the coast's a good map to play it on. I think the default is 3 ticks, which is pretty subtle. But there is a convar to change it. That's probably behind mapping mode, or it will at least need cheats. For
Yeah.
that. I can't remember exactly what it is, but if you search like Ahop or strafe
Yeah.
or whatever, you should find it. Um, but yeah, that allows you to do like if you want to give it like a minute of grace ticks or whatever, I think that will work. I don't know quite how that works code wise. It might well be have a match because it otherwise like does some crazy.
It just subtracts the last. It's the last time you like pressed S. So like it, the last time you pressed S was like a minute ago. It'll like do it for every AFH. It's funny, but yeah. I mean, obviously, it's just right now 3 ticks. So yeah, we'll see how that goes and then go from there. But yeah, cool. All right. Thank you, Eventual Ruler. We'll move on.
Porkie. Will there be any kind of game-wide announcement when someone sets a new map record? Will there also be a way to subscribe to specific game modes so you don't see notification from modes you don't care about?
Yes and yes. So we currently actually have map and user following.
Yes.
I would love to have game mode
following.
following.
Yeah. We could. That'll be very easy to do after the rewrite's done.
Oh, do we have an ad right now? Sorry, guys. Twitch is great. Yeah.
Hi, Twitch.
Um, So yeah, the game wide announcement when someone sets a new map record, game wide announcement in the sense of if you're in the map, yes, like we could have some sort of maybe webhook or some sort of system there to kind of push publish the announcement there, and then subscribing or following. That's kind of what you'll see it when we go in game. The notifications in the top right next to your player card. That's what that can kind of do, so that you subscribe to game modes and see world records set. Absolutely. This is pretty much part of that asynchronous, right? Like we need you to be able to tell, because that's the thing too, is if we implement a kind of like rivals system, right, where if you have somebody that like we're trying to make you go and like beat their time, right? Like we got to make sure that we're alerting you that they beat your time or something, stuff like that. So like we'll see, but we definitely want to have kind of a system like this for game modes to make it more general, but not So it's player, map, and then game mode wide, and I think that's the biggest granularity that we're going to offer in terms of like announcements. Because it's not every day that a world record would possibly be set, so I do worry about spam. Just think about
I'm literally
when a map
right now, and like currently you get spammed quite a bit.
yeah
But I think I forget. I think with a follow or like the notification type, you can set it to be world record or completion or friend
PB.
completion or something. I can't remember exactly. So if it's just world record, then sure. You could maybe try to do it. You'd limit it to only world records for a map that has a certain number of unique completions, something like that. That gets a bit complicated in the code of how you do different relationships like that. But but no, the game mode following is actually a really good idea, and I'm writing a GitHub issue right now on the website repo. Just before I forget.
No, it's that'll be really nice because and then I don't know if we'll want a game-wide world record tracker. That's going to be more of like our Discord server. So like, get in our Discord server. We'll have a channel and probably a ping role for
Well,
world
also
records being
the
set.
public bot that can go in other servers, right?
Yeah, like that's. I mean the public bot's going to be more of like an inquirer like about things. I don't think we'll figure it out if we want to have the bot posting
No.
to like an announcement channel, because that's the thing, Discord has announcement channels. So if we have like a world record announcement channel, right, we could set that up to where you invite or you follow that for your server, and then your server gets world records posted there, if that makes sense. So yeah, we'll see kind of how we want to do the biggest scope of like the entire game world records and or not PBs, Jesus, but yeah, world records at an entire game scope, because that's pretty important, right? Like we want to cross promote world records and stuff. So yeah. But a lot of that kind of aspect of like, again, momentum's gonna feel it could feel very lonely at times, but like we really want to have that interconnective state of like roaming lobbies, or like, there's a little bit of multiplayer or like social aspects that make you still remember that you didn't just go into CSS, start a local server and play a map, right? Like we want you to have that like, here's a rival who's an actual active person, right? Setting times, go and beat their time.
Rival systems and stuff quite a bit before. Right? I think there's an issue on the website repo as well.
Yes,
for having
there is.
rival leaderboards, I think.
Yes.
Which is a great idea.
Or just a rival on your leaderboards. Yeah. I don't know if it'll be its own leaderboard. But yeah. So things like that.
Like frenemies.
Frenemies, yeah. The frenemies system. Let's go. Yeah. So a lot of fun stuff to plan for with that, and seeing how that's going to scale, because webhooks. I mean, yeah, webhooks are like web sockets. Like we'll have to figure out how we want to do this like publish kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
We'll
I've never actually worked with webhooks yet. I'm quite looking forward to doing it.
Yeah. Cool. Well, webhooks are easy. It's just a post request. You just post to a HTTP endpoint. But web sockets are like, yeah, you gotta connect and then subscribe to things, and then we publish to that topic, and then everyone who's subbed to it should get it technically. But like how many people can connect is more of a question that we'll figure out in my deep rabbit holes I go under when I figure out cloud stuff for momentum. It's great.
Every now and then, like I find GOP like
online at 5 a.m. balls deep in OVH pricing pages.
Yeah, all the lights are off with like computer light, and he's like, it's just like reading like Fly.io pricing or whatever,
cursing Cloudflare's pricing. Anyway, yeah. So. Thank you for this question, Porkie. We'll move on to the next, which is tangentially related.
Same question. Is it? Or is it a bit? Okay, so Fortifyve. Oh, right, I see. In lobbies, will there be chat messages to show completions, PBs, and records from those in the lobby?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And what's really nice is that all that would need to happen is you would submit the run. And this is actually how kind of like the like racing or tournament system is going to work too, is it'll send the submitted run like to the lobby. So then all of the like lobby just has to like look it up and like verify. So that way it's not like, it's a little more secure around like, hey, I just got this run that was verified by momentum, right? As opposed to, hey, I just got a 10-second run on this 3-minute map, something like that. So yeah, absolutely. If you're in the lobby and somebody just beats their PB, we can put something in the chat for that. And then sets a world record. That'll be try to be more of a game-wide thing. We'll see how we want to do it. But yeah,
and just
absolutely.
On the question of it being chat messages, in the past we've been a bit keen on sort of moving away from using chat for like everything.
Focusing more on social.
That being said, honestly, with a lot of cases, chat is the best place to show it, because you kind of do want it in a text box that is like scrolling, and you can go back up in and like
see it.
We could have a different box that could also do that, but do we really want that?
We will have filters. In fact, there's not a question. Filters and as well as tabs. So that kind of ties in with filters. But the idea is that the Twitch integration that we want to have Twitch chat in game. right? We want to have that kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
connectivity there to where you're streaming, you
That's
don't have to
actually
have a
really
second
nice idea.
monitor for your chat. You have it in game, and then you can
Yeah.
reply if you sync or connect your Twitch account. You just reply via that. So, yeah, there's a lot of like great stuff around chat, but it's all the idea that Tom is getting at is it should be all social elements. So things like, yeah, these PBs by people in your lobby or something like that, because we do have dedicated UI for other things, right? Like things like stats or things like, like things that
That's
should be
like stats.
pulled
I'm not
out
quite sure
to their
where we're
own
gonna
panel.
put.
What was that?
Yeah. Well, I'm not quite sure where we're going to put some stuff like that. Like if we do like SSJ for Bhop or whatever,
Yeah,
like
that's
we can
true.
put it. I don't know if that does want to be a separate chat tab, and we have
We can always have a
maybe
toggle for it being
multi-tab
in
ones.
chat, but we're trying to pull because we have, again, servers don't really have the ability to make
Well,
custom panels
this is true. This
except
is
for
true, but
menus.
I do feel like to some extent we go a bit too far with that notion, in that like just because we can do stuff with like new panels everywhere doesn't necessarily mean we do want to do a million different panels for different things. When in
Right.
some cases, just having like one text box, especially if you tab it, so you can just switch between different entirely separate text boxes within the same chat menu.
Right.
Um, I think that's because ultimately you want a scrolling, probably like selectable, copyable, like text box, um,
Yeah.
or like a container with like a bunch of text entries.
Right.
Um, Chat is like that is essentially what chat is. And we could do that in it. We could do a separate text box for like SSJ stats.
Yeah.
But it sounds like in lots of cases those could just be tabs or filters in chat.
Exactly.
Um,
It's going to be a
so we'll see.
tab. It's like different
Yeah, yeah,
data than what's in your currently in your lobby or something is going to be a
yeah.
different tab. But we could have like the one that's like overlaying over top of the game as you're playing be kind of a combo or something to where you see both and it's like, oh shit, did somebody say a message? Go back to that. So
Yep.
we definitely have a couple of UX passes to do, but the idea is that, right, like we want to try to centralize topics and like chat being a social topic, right, where all the social related
Mm,
stuff
mm,
can
mm.
go, and then having that also in the lobby drawer, like panel stuff like that, where it's like two places so that people in the menu don't miss out and stuff like that.
Right. Can we move on?
Yeah. Thank you, Fortifyve, for this question. We'll move on to the next one.
Firestabber asks, are there any cool upcoming features for mappers we'd like to get shared publicly? There actually is, because I think this is the
Yes.
first stream where we get to announce it. Can I announce it? Because I really like this one. We are talking about the
Um.
same thing. We're talking about Panzer, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Can I do
And
it? I
yeah,
want to do
you can
it.
talk about
Because
it.
I'm
Yeah.
so excited for this. So one of the really annoying things we've had is defrag map porting. Is really fucking tedious. Um, we have recently brought on a new team member, Panzer, who you might know as like the creator of Surf Utopia and Bhop Arcane and various other
Yes.
maps, like over a
Classic
decade
maps.
ago, I think, or about a decade ago.
Oh yeah.
Um, we brought Panzer on the team. He was like in a meeting with us earlier. Been on team for 3 weeks now.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really nice guy. And one of the big things he's been working on has been doing a Quake 3 to Quake 3 BSP to Source Engine BSP
Yes.
converter. Um, Lots of you might know that like Source is quite heavily based off of Quake 3. There's a whole sort of family tree of like different engines and like how stuff relates. And the underlying map format, BSP, which stands for binary space partitioning, has is pretty similar. I mean, it's very similar in lots of ways. It has kind of the same like overall structure of like lumps.
Yeah.
Um, and then the general way it sort of divides up space in the world is essentially the same. And Panzer has remarkably managed to get this system working where it is auto converting Quake 3 BSPs to source. But one of the main reasons it's so annoying to do, and you can't just sort of decompile a Quake 3 map and then just recompile it with a source compiler, or like modify the VMF somehow, which is like the map source file. For those who don't know, sorry, so BSP is a compiled map,
Yeah.
which means it's
We ship
a
with the
very
game. You can
yeah,
play and load a BSP. Yeah.
every BSP then. Well, there's BSP lib or whatever it's called that like can do like a million different ones. I think like you can do like Call of Duty ones or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because
I didn't
that's
even know
also
Call of Duty
Quake.
was
It's
BSP.
yeah,
Nice. I had no idea.
IW engine or whatever it's called. Yeah,
Oh
because
yeah, yeah, yeah,
but then nowadays it's I think
yeah,
less Quake. I cannot confirm that.
yeah.
Please don't
Yeah.
sue me, Activision Blizzard. I don't have access to that code. Anyway, yeah. Yeah.
Um. Uh. KZ anytime soon. Not to 1.0 is the plan.
After 1.0.
So yeah. So the main reason that you can't do a decompile from BSP to VMF. So Valve map format is VMF. I don't know quite what a Quake BMF, Quake version of it.
I think it's just dot map. Yeah, the old or
Oh, that's
no,
it. Yeah.
is it dot
So
map or whatever?
we can't. You can decompile a Quake 3 map right to a dot map and then convert that to VMF. I think I think we have a guide on our docs of macro. One of the most annoying things is you lose lighting information. You
Yeah.
lose light maps. Because the light entities I don't think are actually stored in the BSP. You just have the light maps that are compiled into the maps. So what I'm not sure if Panzer's got light mapping working yet, but he seems confident that he can. The idea is that we're going to be able to. I think we still will lose the light entities, unfortunately.
Right.
But we can keep the light maps, which means we don't need to go in and manually put lights everywhere, which is huge. So what we're looking to get is the system where we've got Panzer's like BSP converter. I forget what the exact repo is called, but it's on our Momentum mod repo now.
Yep.
That can port all the essential entities, the BSP file itself, and the light maps, and then we have Lumper, which is our BSP modifier editor thing. We've been talking about Lumper quite a bit today. Actually, we've had Jay Padger, who's been active in our tooling channel, who has been working on the UI for it. We've actually got the start of the UI, and it's going really, really nicely. And Bird's been getting loads of work done there. So we're getting to a point where rather than sort of decompiling a lot of map, we're going to have these two tools. One for converting Quake. So defrag. Sorry, for those who don't know, defrag is Quake is we care about Quake because we have defrag, and defrag has like thousands of maps that we don't want to have to manually port all of because it's so much work.
Right.
So for defrag maps, we'll be able to port that over and then tweak stuff with Lumper. So we're never fully decompiling stuff. So we're going to keep that light map data the whole time because it's from the original compile
Yep.
for the Quake 3 BSP. But then we can tweak up all the entities and stuff and do, ideally, hopefully, all the tweaking we need to the BSP file without ever actually decompiling it.
Yep.
Which is crazy. And we're so
yeah.
excited for because it's going to save so much time. And the prospect of being able to automate a significant amount of this and like have it just zoom through like hundreds of defrag maps. Whew, it's going to save people so much time. It's going to make defrag so much more.
It's only good for it's good for everyone that cares about defrag. It's also just it's great. It's great to have a tool like this because it could extend over to gold source, and we could start to pull maybe some Half-Life 1 maps in, especially if we end up doing Half-Life 1 style bunny hop. So we'll see. Like
gold source is weird because, well, no, maybe it can do gold source if you're not actually decompiling it. I can't remember how different the actual BSP is. The problem is gold source is you just can't really decompile without losing.
It's the same problem as Quake. Right,
no,
there's stuff.
You can get the lighting, I think, but you
lose something else.
But you have to hollow out the whole fucking map or have
okay.
one
I
unit
see.
in brushes because it doesn't. The way the BSP stuff is stored, like you don't have walls. Kind of weird. Walls don't have width, so you have to either make a massive cube and then do it hollow stuff out, and that's completely impossible to like follow as a human. Like if you want to make edits to it, which I've done for Cock Speed, it's horrible. This is the problem that's been around for ages. There's actually a really good rundown of it that Nem from Nem's tools, who wrote like BSP source and loads of stuff, wrote like in like 2004, saying that like basically there's just it's just a fundamentally hard problem. But maybe we can do is just BSP to BSP. I'm not actually sure about that. But that would be great for Conk.
Right.
But they're far fewer Conk there are defrag, but yeah.
Yeah. So that's a pretty good tool.
The last thing, sorry, was to coincide with that. We've mentioned this before, but we are going to be increasing the BSP size limit.
Yes.
So the grid size is going to be going up by a factor of 4, right?
Yep.
Which means the overall volume goes up by a factor of 64.
Yep.
I think loads of stuff goes up by factors of 4 and 8. Like the brush limits are going up. So for any map, for any mode, that's huge, right? You have more space and you have far more brushes. That's just a fundamentally massive change.
Yes.
It's also just particularly important with defrag because defrag has much bigger maps. It is going to be so awesome. This is,
Yeah,
I mean, SL has put so much time into it. I mean, it's a massive refactor because you're basically
yeah.
touching every part of the engine. Oh my god, it's amazing.
Zen has
Zen has well done.
a ton of
Zen.
fixes too and testing. Zen has a map that has I think
Yeah.
7 full size like surf
No, it's
maps.
like 12.
Stitch. Oh, it's up
It's
to
like
12 now.
it's
12
crazy. Yeah.
full-sized surf maps
Like Omnific's
stitched
in
together.
there.
Like
I don't know if we have permission to show it. Maybe Zen might let me.
no, not yet. That's the O10 blog post. But
Yeah. Oh my
yeah,
god.
there
I have the image in front of me. It's
this is going to be a new BSP format, by the way. So like it won't be obviously you can't load
of
it in
course
CS:GO. Like it,
because yeah.
they don't have the code. We try to upstream it to them if they want it, but
There's
I don't know if they'll want this. It's like
to
is it like 300 megabytes I think for the
control.
entire BSP with like all the custom shit ripped out. I don't know.
Yeah.
It starts to get bigger, right? But we're going to be looking into compression, right? Compressing stuff down. Right now, there's problems with I think particles currently as well because they're currently based on a smaller like
Okay.
or position index.
Yeah,
or
and there's
something like
also
that.
we have the issue with the points of how far of meshes when you go from the origin points start to wiggle about.
Yes, so there's also the rendering fun times of yeah, floating point errors. And there was even a I think a Godot blog post about that where if you like emulate doubles on your GPU, you can technically solve that. Anyway, there's a lot of fun stuff that we're like again, I think the branch I'd want to say is like at like 80 to 90% of the way there. It'll be in by O10. And there's a question coming up that we'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah, it's exciting.
I'm so happy this feature that we have people that are that skilled that can work on this.
Exactly.
People like SL that are. This is really difficult programming work. I'm not an expert C++ programmer,
right?
And I read this stuff and I'm just like,
I'm just amazed by it too. I love reviewing it.
Yeah,
it's always fun.
The amount of just like technical ability that like we have people on the team showing.
I think it takes like it takes like 30 to 40 seconds of just straight up ABH from one corner to the other corner. Like a 2D plane.
Ahop's gonna be
Ahop's gonna be fucking insane. It's great. And like 40 seconds is like the time it takes to like beat like a current map or something right now because that's how small the maps are. So I'm excited. Now that doesn't mean that like we can have like open world maps. Like obviously you still have to make a BSP, right? So it still has to be like optimized for Viz and stuff, but you know, a lot of maps are already. So
I never did the port to 64-bit. They just never bothered because like surely it would have helped with like Danger Zone. Like
yeah,
it could kind of have done this.
It's a lot of effort. We're not even fully done yet. Yeah.
No. But still, I mean, why Valve didn't do that? I guess they just don't want to touch Source 1 code.
Yeah.
But like, come on, Valve, just you could have made it. You could have gone to 64-bit.
They did it for Source 2.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. But that's the only thing that we'll talk about. We do have more cool upcoming features. But again, we got to make O10 have some pizzazz. So we're going to save that. I think the other thing that's going to be really exciting, especially mappers that might or might not be on Linux, are going to probably be pretty happy with something else that's coming up. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting that in and just seeing what all breaks. Because again, it's a new BSP format, so you do have to compile a map for it. Obviously, right? Like there's a bunch of new like structures and stuff that we're using for like storing every like lump now because it's bigger. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how big maps get. Yeah.
But also because we want to have map submission in for O10, like people are going to be able to make like massive new maps and then submit them to Momentum and like O10 isn't full release, but it's going to be it's gearing up to being like Momentum's going to really start to feel quite different because new stuff, lots of really big new features coming in, and then much easier to like make maps and test them. And hopefully, I totally appreciate why a lot of mappers like don't want to do too much stuff with momentum specific stuff because they want to keep compatibility with other games. That's completely sensible. but when it comes to like we're increasing brush limits, like we're increasing the grid size. I think that will make a lot of people do some momentum specific maps. I know Orcs is interested in
Plus
doing
portals, plus
portals.
like all the entities that make your life easier. Plus,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's just it starts adding a
Yeah.
bunch of pluses, and it's. I mean, yeah, I'm again not. You can use momentum however you wish, right? If you're making maps purely for another platform, right? Like whatever.
Cool.
But like
Yeah.
we have a ton of great stuff that
Yeah.
like we're really excited for mappers to start to dig into.
You'll still be able to load BSPs of the old format, right? So you can still
Yes.
be making a map for CSS, compiling it for CSS, and then loading it in momentum still fine. So you can still keep doing
Yeah.
that. It's just we're gonna have
It's just
so many
annoying
by
to have to
10
do
like,
that. Right? Because then you have to like have a different setup for that, and then we'd probably have to also fix up the map. Like you'll have to have a momentum version or something, like with replacing the entities for teleports or something. So there's like fix ups that we'll do, and that's what Lumper's role is going to be. But yeah, so it's exciting though, because yeah, this is one of the main benefits of engine license, right? Like this is one of them, like one of the huge bits of just pure feature from having all of the code. And yeah, we're excited to see what comes from it. Yeah, the last bit we'll wait until closer to 0.10 or at 0.10 to announce. So
yeah.
but yeah, there's more stuff coming too. And already confirmed, but just not publicly confirmed. Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you, Firestabber, for this question, and we'll move on to the next.
Harrribo asked, is the only way to get access to the game luck from applying? No, you can.
Great question. No.
Key that I just posted in chat.
Yeah, you can grab that key that was just posted in Twitch chat. So that is a good point, though. Thank you, Tom, for doing that. So one of the ways that you can get access to the game is to attend our Q&A streams. We do like to drop keys in chat. Hang out with us live, right? Hang out with us.
More strictly than it might seem, in that we've never done more than 10, and like we tend to just
we can't just like spend the entire time like spamming keys or whatever. Well, so we do limit it.
Reward the people begging for keys all the time.
Yeah,
it's okay to like post about it a bit, but like we would rather the chat still be about like actually thinking about features and the stuff we're talking about.
Yeah.
But I'm convinced the keys are not working. Don't accept it being this slow. There's a lot of people waiting. Like,
yeah, so for okay, let's scope out, right? So there's keys, right? There's generated keys that we ask Valve for like every 5 months. We generate like 300 or so, or 500, I think we bumped up to now. And those keys are mainly reserved right now for contributing to the game. Mainly contributing to development, contributing to localization, which 092 is going to go into great detail about, contributing down the line to porting maps, helping zone maps, helping gather information for maps. There's like those kind of skills for contribution of all variety of skill sets. So there's developing, there's like just collecting photos and stuff of maps, stuff like that will get you a key and into the game so you can enjoy the fruits of your labor. The next step down from that is mappers. If you are a mapper of any mode that our game supports, you get a key. Like just show us that you're mapping, right? Like just PM me, like, or ask other mappers to forward to me. Like seriously, just like we really want to support mappers because they get the most use out of the game in its current state. Again, the game is playable, but it's not finished. Like it's not, you can grind every map and set so many times and then they're going to be permanent. Like it is right now in a pre-alpha kind of, but it's like it's like, I want to say that it's like if we were to go like early access, it would be alpha right now, right? If full release everyone could get access, would be alpha. But yeah, the main thing right with those keys is just like we want people that create things, right, to be able to get access to the game, to be better utilize that. Like playing the game right now to help find bugs is also nice, but for the most part, right, like interest tends to wane because again, we don't have a lot of maps right now because it's not our focus right now to add every map. 0.10 however, will be. We're going to probably have thousands of maps at 0.10.
And
It's going to
also,
be
I
very
think
fun.
we'll have more stuff that needs testing. The reality is that
Yes.
like most of the bug reports we get now, we do get some people that come along and are really, really good, but for the number of keys that we drop, we do get really quite little feedback.
And we are looking only for feedback right now. Like right now we're in this like process of like we push out an update, did it break anything? We look at crashes through Sentry. We're kind of in this like update loop of that. So that's really what we're at right now as we work on the core features, right? We're redoing zones. So we're going to be wiping all of your times and all of the maps and like starting from fresh for 0.10. We're also going to wipe at 1.0, just fresh start for everyone. But multiple times probably between 0.10 and 1.0, just as we maybe integrate anti-cheat and like need to, start to do that and stuff like that. So
incompatible, right? So
there's the replay format as well is going to be refactored. So 0.11 technically is another wipe just of replays. So there's a lot of just kind of in progress core work that's being done that you can play the game and see the core progress that's being done. There's only like 20 to 30 surf maps. There's only like, probably 10 bunny hop maps. There's a lot of defrag and conk because we are actively developing those modes and need feedback, and then more maps of like weapons and stuff help with that. And plus, it's also offering a platform for these that doesn't exist elsewhere right now, or very little existence. So that's kind of like our rationale behind why we have so many of those maps. But anyway, the main focus is that we're just getting feedback right now. But as we start to approach 0.10, we're getting maps, right? All of the maps added. 0.11, we do wipe all of your times, but then we need to see all the new replays and see how it's gonna, how's it scaling? How's the like? Does it play back well for everyone? Do the weapons and entities and stuff work fine? And then 0.12 and 0.13 are just kind of these like update of like, okay, bonus tracks, right? Getting bonuses in, getting cosmetics in. Does it record cosmetics properly? And that might require a wipe. And, if we end up updating the format again for that. So there's like a lot of just kind of things like that where if we had everybody in the game right now, you guys would fucking yell at us. Like, where's the maps? Like, why did my times just get wiped? Like that kind of shit. And we don't need that right now because it's not ready. And even if we did early access, we'd probably still get that. And it's so the main kind of like the main thing to keep in mind is just we need like a slow trickle in because that's fresh feedback spread out over a period of time. We don't want everyone in right now because that's the most feedback right now, right?
Stuff that we don't care about.
On stuff that we probably already know or already fixed or whatever, right? Like, so we're trying to just trickle it out. And yes, we do have 15,000 people in the playtest, which is so fucking awesome. We have 20,000 like with access, 15,000 in the queue. That's awesome. That's fucking insane numbers. It is a free to play game, but it's still like that's amazing numbers. And so right, we're doing 50 a day at 0.10. Well, when we drop 0.92, we'll also do a bigger drop, probably 1,000 or 1,500.
Just to reemphasize, like 1,500, 50 days really slow, and we know that.
Yes.
That's not us trying to punish people.
No.
In the same way that getting access for a random key drop isn't a reward for doing something, for signing up for playtesting. Right. We're doing that rate because it's a rate that actually suits our development.
Exactly. Right now, our development right now.
It's frustrating for some people, but at the same time, our user numbers from Steam are pretty constant. And for some of that's going to be people that play all the time. But a lot of it, I think, is that, people get access and they play for a couple of weeks. They realize there's not actually that much to do. There's not that many maps. And then they leave it.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll come back in the future. But
hopefully
there's not that much to do right now. So if you don't have access now, and you get to do your like fun few weeks of messing around in like the alpha version of the game, or like alpha, I forget if we're in alpha or pre-alpha, honestly.
It's alpha. I'd say it's like public, semi-public alpha.
So if you have that like time in the sun now, or in like a month from now or longer, like it's not that different, right? Like it's ultimately it's most likely to be a couple of weeks of having some fun, and then you realize it's not that done. I'm going to leave it for now.
Yeah, it's very, that is very generalizing, but I just want to say that it's like it's more likely that people will do that right now, and that's why we're just kind of slow trickling. Because yeah, like it's every day we do 50, right? And it's like we get a couple of people that are really really awesome reporting bugs directly on GitHub and stuff like that, and it's just amazing to see that. And then it's leading to us fixing the bug right away, and then next push has it right. And yeah, and so just having that steady rate, and again, the development right now, and then as we approach O10.0, all right, we're more serious about getting more maps in, more people in to test all of the maps that we're getting in, finding all the things wrong or something, and then O11.0, all right, more people to test all of this like replay stuff, and now it's like, okay, 200 a day, right? 200 a day at O11, and then we're approaching O12, O13. We need to test large scale lobbies. We need to test roaming lobbies. Like how is this going to all work? What are reasonable limits that we should set on these things? So it's all trickling in, and just like, again, everyone's patience. And yes, right now it is luck, right? It's completely random as confirmed by Steam, and it's like that's just the way it has to be for now. Again, like we would love to go kind of first come first serve, or people that have waited longer kind of getting more of the priority, as opposed to maybe people that have signed up recently. I don't know what's up with that. We've reached out to Steam. I don't know. And so the main thing to keep in mind is just like over time, more and more access is going to be given out. More and more ways to get keys to skip the line, right? To get access directly will also exist. And it's eventually going to shape up to the game will be out for everyone, right? It's going to be free. It's going to be a fresh slate too. Keep in mind. So like if you're trying to get in to like set some fatty world records or whatever right now, it's gonna be wiped. It's not gonna matter.
Probably for a lot of people is a kind of like FOMO, fear of missing out thing.
Maybe.
You're not missing out on very much. If that is the case, I'm sorry if it does feel that way.
Yeah.
It's not like everyone's having fun without you. It really isn't for the most part. Like
we'll like again, by the time that the FOMO-esque kind of stuff would be fear of missing out, by the way, that's what that means. That kind of like feeling is going to be happening is when there is going to be the most access given to the game. Again, we won't go straight up public, let everyone in, because that's like a soft release and you can only really release once. And we're going to do that properly at 1.0, but we'll be doing 200, 300, right, a day. And that is like at 20,000, right? People's like, or 15,000 signed up. That's what's the math on that? Like 300 a day, like was it not 500 days, 50 days, right? Anyway, I can't math right now, my brain hurts. Sorry. No, there's seriously like getting like 300 a day in currently, right, would be probably too much, but like we're getting to the point where we're starting to do those numbers.
There's also it's a fact that right now we are running the game on a single VPS.
And it's the scalability. Oh yeah.
If it we could easily still overwhelm that server, and we don't want to start doing more deploys of this. Like
we don't even have metrics and like we don't even have monitoring. We don't even know when the API server is going down.
When we start doing more drops and we do a big, drop us out. When O10 comes out. That will be when we're launching our new API, and that will have really good monitoring in the entry performance monitoring, maybe Grafana, maybe fucking Jaeger for database. I don't know. And then there won't be like our sort of full 1.0 ready deploy, where we do all of our fancy deploy stuff and everything.
Right. Like load balancing, multi-region, right? There's a lot of stuff that we have to get set up.
We're not using Kubernetes.
No, that's way too overkill for what we're trying to do.
But this is something that me and Nick spend, well, Nick more than me, but like spend a lot of time thinking about, is that whole server deploy stuff and all that. We won't have that fully in place, but like stuff will be more durable for O10
to be able to handle
if it needs to be.
Yeah.
And that's when we care about stress testing more, because that's the API that we're going to actually be using on release. Right now, our API is being rewritten. Come help, by the way. It's really fun. You can learn something.
There's actually a question about that. Yeah.
Oh, good. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it would. The server could easily like shit itself. I think it's doing all right at the moment, from what you said. But I mean, we don't.
According to OVH's own statistics, it only uses 20% CPU. So I don't. I mean, to be fair,
CPU is OVH's statistics.
Probably. Yeah. I think they have it like racked. They have it in the rack or something. But like, there's
Journal
there's a lot of stuff that we have to like measure as we approach like 0.10 and stuff with the new API that I'm really looking forward to like collecting statistics on, so that we can start to see like, okay, like which DB queries and stuff.
We're gonna nerd out on this so much in terms of like how we actually get a server set up that's not completely unaffordable, but like
yes, affordable while also performant. Just to circle back again, kind of TLDR for this question. So the only way to get access, the best way to get access if you don't want to do fucking anything other than click a button, is to go to our Steam store page and click the playtest, sign up for playtest, and wait. Some people get in the same day, some people don't, and I think that's what the definition of random is. But there's
I'd agree on that, but no, but yeah.
No, yeah, I know. But anyway, that is the best way to get access without having to do anything. If you want to help and do things, we have a plethora of things that are coming up that you can help out with, and it helps us get closer.
If you're in the Discord a lot and like just reading stuff, like you'll find like stuff people just not making GitHub issues or stuff or stuff being discussed, whatever. If you end up making a bunch of GitHub issues for us that are well written, we'll give you a key. Like
like if you're helping us convert like issues and stuff, absolutely.
Tmob's done loads of really genuine useful contribution work. There's not really been programming. It's mostly been like docs and FGD. But it's super fucking useful. We really like the work Tmob does. Like Bray is like constantly like saying how like, oh yeah, Tmob's work really. Just do a bit of stuff like that and you'll get a key super quick. It's really just, you need to take a little bit of initiative for yourself and find something that you think you can work on. But yeah, if you speak another language, if you're good at just doing like admin stuff, just following the Discord, want to do some GitHub issues, if you want to do some docs work, if you just sit around and chat, like you'll find stuff to do. Like when I first got involved with Momentum, like I was like, there was like a million different things that I was interested in doing and kind of started doing a bunch. I got a key from doing some like small C++ thing, but probably like in the time before joining the team, I probably did about like 5 to 10 small things that each individually would have earned me a key anyway. Like there's loads of stuff you can find if you search about it.
Yeah, that is the maximum effort side of things is joining the team. And that's we always, need the help there. There's moderation roles that we'll have too, like that doesn't necessarily mean being on the team, but like being really close to the team, obviously. So there's multiple ways to get access that require effort, that are outlined in our FAQ, as well as we'll try to make it a little more prominent, but I'm not really sure exactly where we should put that. We can't really put it on like our Steam page, because realistically, if people are on our Steam page, we just want them to hit wishlist and playtest sign up. But if they're in our Discord and stuff, that like can show like, hey, like, okay, you're actually taking steps to like get involved with us. Here's some steps that you can do to actually bypass everyone, get access directly.
I personally like have noticed a lot of people in the Discord that are just around a lot and just seem nice, and some of them we've dropped keys to before. Like if you're just being like a nice person and just do some small bits of work, but you're just generally around. I mean,
showing up to the Q&As to potentially get them. Woe is meing in the chat. Please stop complaining that you don't have one, because that just turns us off from giving you one. I had somebody PM me basically insulting the team for taking so long to come out. I was about to give them a key, but they did that, so I was like, I think that negging is the term, so don't do that. Anyway, so hopefully that answers this. I know this was kind of more of probably a little bit of the why don't I have access yet kind of question, but like there are ways to help out, and we have probably another, I don't know if it's the next one, no it's not, it's coming up about specifically web, so yeah.
Good. Okay. Sorry, I didn't need to run to the toilet. Can you do
this? Oh yeah, no, I can take care of the next one. Thank you, Harrribo. I can't roll my R's, but I can't do it. It sounds like I'm choking. Thank you, Harrribo, for that question. We'll move on to the next one from Mr. Burguers. Will game mode specific terms such as prestrafe, airpogo, CTAP be localized? And if so, how will they be decided? So this is a great question, because this actually ties in with the glossary idea that I was talking about before in the stream. So obviously CTAP and things like that, like there are terms that don't really translate as is, if that makes sense. So like Ahop, right, is the game mode like shorthand name. That doesn't really have, like, you could try to phonetically have it in like a different language, like acrylic, like alphabet and stuff like that, but there there's not going to really be a way to translate that. But what we can do is inside of the game, pretty much in the learn section, maybe we'll see where we're going to put it, but we could have a glossary that lets you, so if you see these English terms, these little nuggets around everywhere, you can go to this glossary, or maybe even we can have it like you can click on it, and it'll bring you to a glossary and have the like your language description of what the term means. And like, I mean, obviously the learn section, if you are learning airpogo, will explain what airpogo is, and that will be localized, but the term might not be, if that makes sense. And that'll also simplify, because if you think about it, you're going to be able to search, well, I guess not a lot of people know this, you'll be able to search maps via mechanics inside of them. So we'll have tags for maps that you can tag a map like, oh, this uses, airpogo or wallpogo or whatever inside of the map, and you can add that as a tag for the map, and then you can search for that inside the map browser and like filter by maps that have that, as well as we're going to integrate it into our learn section. When you learn airpogo, inside of like the bottom right corner or something, it'll be like, hey, here's some maps that have airpogo, right? Like, go play them. Here's the tier and like quick info. So like that integration, right, to kind of learn the term, have a localized like description or just like information about that term, and then centralize all that kind of in a glossary as well would be really, really nice. Because that way, yeah, if you're like, oh man, what does CTAP actually mean? Again, you can look it up, see it in your language as well, and understand in some form, in some way, right, of what it is. Either playing it, reading it, or both. Hopefully both. How will they be decided? It's going to be up to localize. If there are ways to localize some of the terms, that'd be great. But like, I feel like a lot of them are kind of too much of a slang, or like proper, or is it slang or proper noun? I don't know. To where it's, like it's, you can't translate it because it's just like, it's so like renowned for like being this, I don't know, like this term that's defined in a English dominant kind of game, right? So it's, I don't know, like it'd be better to just have kind of a built-in glossary that helps describe and define these things in your language, so you can understand, even if the term is in English.
I don't know if you discussed it, but yeah, discussing stuff with different people, if you haven't already gone over that, is so important. Yeah,
yes,
we want to have multiple people make decisions on these things for each language, not just one person deciding.
Right. And I mean, it really just depends, because yeah, like prestrafe, we're not gonna have that as a map tag, because you could do that in every map. You can prestrafe pretty much every map, so we're not gonna do that. But like things, yeah, like airpogo, things that are more mechanical, that like are very specifically used throughout specific harder maps, or something like that, that we would need to teach you, that we should teach you, should be inside of that kind of glossary. That does sound great, Savior Scout, actually. That's a great suggestion of like when you click on the map, it shows you all of the tags and the mechanics. And then when you click on that tag in particular, maybe a pop-up or something that says, hey, here's like the quick definition, like in your language, right? And then, search by this tag or something, like add to filters, or like a little filter button so that you can filter maps by that tag.
Yeah, that could be a little context menu, couldn't it?
Yeah, a little context menu or something, a little pop-up. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a great idea. Mm-hmm. Cool. So hopefully this answers this question, Mr. Burgers. Thank you so much for that. Was there any other input though before we move on?
No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. Moving on to the next one. Everyone's favorite question.
Oh. Yeah, Trixs. This game is still going to be released in 2022, right? Nope.
No. Yeah, so the blog post is also gonna go over this. No. So there's always the asterisk, right, with dates and stuff. I think it's extremely hard to just set dates for this kind of project. And I went through this multiple times in previous blog posts. I think there's even a dedicated blog post. It's like, where it's the end of 2021, where's momentum on?
Yeah.
It is extremely hard because it is just 1 week we are slamming through like features, bugs, whatever, and the next week everyone there's like maybe an hour shared time that was spent on development. It is so variable, and we can't make it not variable, right? Make it like a constant time spent on the game to where we can hit any deadline unless we are over sure, like 300% sure that we're going to hit it. Like 1.0's release date will not be known probably until around a week before we're going to actually do it. Mainly because at that point, right, like we're going to be doing so much like feature resetting and just kind of
Yeah,
like
I think it'll be
tinkering.
relatively clear to people when we're like getting really close, but like exactly when we plan on getting it out, like a date. Like
It's very, very difficult. And so what I really want to do is just shift the language around Momentum's release date to what's left. Not what date or like when, like what, like core features. I want to have, so this was talked about in our, we have every Saturday we have a meeting. I talked about this in the meeting that I'd love to convert our main page more into a customer kind of friendly way to describe where we're at with the game and what's left. Like what's that wonderful chart that I've shown like Plar, and then I think in a couple Q&As ago of like what we have left for like
did a
1.0.
whole big rundown of it, and yeah.
And I mean, things have changed since then, but the main thing to just keep in mind is just like with we're also approaching a new, and this was in the last Q&A for sure, we're approaching a new versioning update of like every week we're going to just push out like fixes and stuff that we've done instead of sitting on top and just kind of like building up, well, like we'll have like more recent builds out, but like the actual version number will be updated every time we push to Steam, basically. I mean, there might be like soft pushes that like hotfix stuff, but yeah, so this is, I want to emphasize, I think this also doesn't get emphasized, that we are completely doing this for free. Like I am not paying anyone on the team. Nobody in the team gets paid, not even me. Like I don't take your OC donation. We do get OC money to spend on team related like hardware and things like that, and that's why I set it up, because
in total,
yeah,
in like the last 2 years,
right. So and that's not a livable salary for anyone, right? $3,000 doesn't even really cover like one employee. Yeah. So the idea behind OC is supporting us financially through getting, better hardware to better support the game, right? So there like Vortex, for example, right? Needed a new computer. He was on a fucking laptop and made all this really cool shit.
Incredible graphics work, and then was on
so
dog shit computer.
Exactly. And so now, right, like that's the OC. The OC money is fixing that. It's not providing a salary so that we can all, we just don't have that scale, and nor do I really want to go that route, because it starts getting really like, it starts to really complicate things and make things not a lot of fun. Like I like working on this game because it's fun, and making it a company and something I have to manage like financially, and like if we don't keep raising money, we're gonna run out, and then what happens? And then it's like, yeah. So the main thing to keep in mind is just OC money. If you guys enjoy our work, subbing to us on here, ideally using Twitch Prime, or donating to the OC, that kind of money just goes towards the team to help out the team and get us better hardware to better work on things that we're going to need. So coders need monitors, right? Multiple monitors. There are some coders with one and it broke, or like there's only one monitor and like it's really inefficient to have the game up and then alt tab out, and it's just things like that.
We've been doing a lot. We've been improving our review lately, so we had to buy everyone a printer.
Laser printer. But realistically, right, like we are just, it is passion based, and like in every sense of the word. I am making this game, I really want to play this game, and that's why I'm making it. That's why I'm part of it. That's why I'm leading this team and part of this. Like I want to play Momentum on. That is my motivation. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for fame. I don't think it'll probably even explode that much. I'm hoping that like it gets in the hands of people that have always wanted to play it, but I'm making this because I want to play it, and like software development,
which is nice, but
yeah,
But
game dev and software development in general is really hard to predict accurately. And I'm not like using this as a scapegoat, because there are a lot of things that could pop up that like are more important than other features. And the recent thing that we've done with this version update is that devs on the team now can work on features that they want to. Previously, we had kind of like pre-planned, like I had previously pre-planned like a lot of stuff out, and it just doesn't make sense to really do that with the way that the team is set up.
and what different people want to work on, it just
Right, and there's different motivation for doing different things too. So like there's people that really like Pano.
When you were talking about doing, like, before we had the, like, you had the big diagram of, like, the stuff that still needs to get done from, like, a Q&A a while back, but we had a big list of, like, the different stuff that needs working on.
Need, nice to have, and just, like, future.
The reality is that, like, whilst we've, like, in terms of, like, we've not even hit O10 yet this year, but a lot of that stuff that's needed in, well, O10, O11, and essentially O12 and release, a lot of work has been done in all of those areas, and that we've had some work done on sort of zoning and web stuff, or a lot of web stuff. Then some replay stuff has been done of the refactor, or getting, I think, like weapons working replays now, right, from what Slidey did. But then like anti-cheat was something that's essential for release. Like there's been a lot of progress on anti-cheat, because that's something that people have been wanting to work on more. Like,
yes,
we could maybe try and like tell Rio to like, can you just do like some panorama panels for a while? But that wouldn't be a good use of Rio's time, because
it's not really what Rio wants to work on. Right.
So we have made a lot of progress on there in stuff like anti-cheat, something that is essential for launch. We're never doing 1.0 without a working anti-cheat. So sorry, maybe that's slightly off topic, but yeah, like the overall like stuff getting done, there still is a lot going on, and that's a big reason that we changed the versioning to be like this, is that like this is going to sort of reflect that like we'll probably hit those final milestones like not close together, but sort of closer together than expected, because once O10 is out, like by then we'll probably have a lot of AC stuff done. We'll probably have quite a lot of replay stuff done by then. So like, I don't know, I'm sort of rambling, but
just circling back to, it's very hard to predict how long things take, because it's really easy to make a card that's like, oh yeah, just redo the like replay system, like just redo it. And it's like, oh, okay, so the recorder needs to be updated, the format needs to be decided and finalized. The recorder then needs to put into that format. We then need to optimize how that's happening. We then need to have the server accept the new format and validate it, and then we also need like the leaderboards, right, to work for that. And then like there's so all of that, right, is just underneath. So this kind of just sounds like excuses. I just want to like, I want to just put it in the view that like, there's no benefit for us to keep delaying, right? Like, again, if my motive is to play this game, right, there's no benefit for me to keep delaying it, right? There's no secret like, oh, let's get more money or something. Like there's no benefit for that. And
if we wanted more money, we'd probably release now and get quite a lot more open collection.
Yeah, right? Like we would rush it out or some shit, right? Like, so there's like, it's taking its time, because 1.0 is going to be an extremely polished release. Like it probably way more than even I'm expecting right now. And like, because it kind of has to be in a way, but like, and it's just
completely essential. We need replays like to be in like a workable format. We need a web rewrite done, and we need anti-cheat. Like,
right. Yeah, and those are like the core things. And like, yeah, obviously cosmetics don't need to be done before 1.0, but again, are like, it's a matter of having enough content and enough like cohesion as a platform, because again, this has changed from we're a surf game or a surf and bunny hop game to like we are a platform for like source related movement, right? Like the platform now cares about like all of these different modes, all of these different like PBs, these two different player types of cosmetic. Like I don't care about setting like a world record or whatever, like improving time. I just want to beat maps, versus I care about getting group times and like show me all the stats, right? So there's like catering to both of those. And then the like, obviously this could be considered scope creep, but it's like this is what momentum is now though. Like this is, if that makes sense, like this is what momentum has become.
very careful there in that we don't want to give the impression, because it's really not the case, that whilst our scope has increased, that doesn't mean that we've spent, years working on conch.
Oh,
We've
right.
said
Yeah.
this
No.
before on stream and stuff and sort of emphasized this, but I think it is worth reiterating, because I do think it's some people kind of get this impression, and I can kind of see why, especially if you're like desperate for like surf to come out, or like momentum with surf to come out. Like it might
Or
feel that
feeling
like,
abandoned because
yeah, or
we
they
aren't
definitely might feel that like
abandoning.
those modes are like getting less love than the other ones. But the reality is like the amount of time that we spend on game mode specific stuff is pretty low. There's some stuff like
And
some of
if
the
we
reasons
do,
why
it's
we've been
like
like,
one or two devs. It's not the
well,
entire dev
and a lot
team
of the
like
time we brought
swarming
on new
defrag.
devs because like specifically for certain modes. So Lumia, for
Yeah,
example,
Lumia's
defrag.
yeah.
Peen we brought on essentially for defrag. Both of
Hmm.
those people now do work in loads of other areas as well. That's one of the reasons that the argument that like the game mode stuff is slowing progress down just doesn't work. Is that loads of the devs we have wouldn't be involved with momentum if it wasn't for doing those modes. If you think
Exactly.
about something like the number of like, I think Bray got into momentum around the time
Jump.
Sticky Jump came out, for
Hmm.
instance. And was sort of like convinced to come check it out. And she's done, I think she has the second most commits on the public GitHub repo, and then a ton of stuff on the private Red repo.
Yeah.
Like, Bray wouldn't be on the team if she wasn't doing, if we hadn't had Sticky Jump. And so I do really just want to emphasize that like actual mode specific stuff is generally not taking up that much time. Sometimes we do work on some stuff kind of just because it's really fun, but doesn't usually don't take up that much time. Stuff like the
Right.
Behop strafe trainer that Pin spent a long time on, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But honestly, like the stuff that is really time consuming tends to be big, difficult refactors. Say, Rio's game mode move refactor, something that you don't really see as a player, but is there and like massively improved our code base and kind of the most important area, movement.
Right.
Stuff like CMake massively improves our
Development experience.
experience.
Yeah.
Um, it took a decent amount of time from like various people, though a lot of those people are chaos devs, not specifically momentum devs anyway.
Right. Because it
But
affects all of us. Yeah. It affects the
yeah, but
entire.
but that kind of work is pretty essential for
Yeah.
keeping an engine this big, like maintainable. We spent a long time wanting to do CMake and sort all that stuff out. So I just really do want to emphasize that the work that we're doing, there's some game mode specific stuff, but it's definitely in the like
Core.
the small thing. We were kind of discussing it the other night, like would momentum be out if we hadn't added more gamers, if it was just Behop and Surf? And I think we're kind of in disagreement in that Nick was saying it would
No,
be.
no, I'd say we'd be further along in the core
Yeah,
features,
okay,
but
okay.
we wouldn't be out.
Yeah, but also I think the
And
scope would be smaller. And for
yes,
some people, you might prefer that. If you do just
but
want
our dev team would
just
be
like
smaller.
Surf and Behop,
We wouldn't
right?
have Lumia,
If you
Peen,
just do want,
Bray.
yeah, well, I mean, like
Yeah,
half of us, I probably would have got involved. I got involved sort of Ahop,
Ahop.
like I play
Yeah.
all the modes. But like
So
the scope would be smaller. So if you do want momentum to just be like a replacement to like KSF or Horizon or whatever, then like that's not what we're going for. That's not
right
something that like we want to spend years of our time doing, just doing some like we do want something that does feel like a full finished like coherent
platform.
game. Yeah, platform. Like it needs to have like an actual, you know, mass to it, like a sort of body of like a sort of core idea that like is behind the game, which I
And
think we
it
sort of
really
brought out
just
as well.
makes sense too to go that
Mhm.
route, to go the route of like Ahop didn't have a platform. You had to fucking load Half-Life 2 and do it through that, right? Like it didn't like there's modes that are really fun that like people are getting into, and like it just makes sense that it's part of it. And so yeah, so the what momentum has become is a platform, right? And we're building up that platform now. And so and it's the other aspect to this too, and this, I mean, yeah, this has been kind of a giant rant, but again, I'm hoping it's not coming across as like giant excuses. But then again, we don't owe you anything. We're doing this in our free
No,
time. But also, like, so I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry. No, is
but I should say we do appreciate people being,
yes, the
really keen,
patience.
and
Yes,
honestly, I get people being frustrated, especially if like,
yes,
um, that being said, if you are frustrated, and this is kind of a sort of general bit of life advice, like trying to turn that into something productive is worth doing, and like You want to do a bit of web?
Yeah.
Or like,
If you're
it's
angry
like,
that web is taking so long, grab your IDE of choice.
yeah.
Come and help out. We got. I think it's actually the next question now or something. But
Oh, okay. But there's, I mean,
yeah.
there's other stuff as well. There's other parts of the project that genuinely really matters to us. I mean, for instance, like
Yes.
Tmob in the chat, we were saying before, like Tmob does some like really cool small little things that save devs a bunch of time. You'd be surprised by like the amount of time as developers like we spend like trying to replicate some bug that someone said that they've not given a very good description of, and so we have to build some fucking map to replicate it or whatever. And they could have just sent us a PSP or like doing like tiny like FGD stuff, which is like not super hard work, but someone's gonna have to do it if it's not like uh
It would eventually
what
be
else would it?
us, right?
End
Yeah.
it would end up being a dev.
Yeah.
Um and so I don't know. If you're active in the Discord and take some initiative, like there's honestly so much you can do to get involved and to help get the game out faster. Um but it and I do just want to say that like this is something we think about a lot that is in like release stuff, and I personally stress out over it a great deal. I try not to too much. I think I've gotten better at it. But like it doesn't feel good to like
It
not be coming
doesn't.
out this year. I was really hoping to get out this year, and it doesn't feel good to see people like
Yeah.
ranting in like YouTube comments or like Discord about like release date because
Which
like
yeah,
I
shout out
genuinely
to that guy that's
really
probably gonna comment release date question mark on this YouTube upload.
yeah.
Hi, we see
Yeah,
you.
that's a really good, yeah.
Constructive.
Um,
But yeah.
but it is something we do sincerely want to do, and we're not like dallying or spending our time sort of pissing around on work that we don't have to do. Like we spend a lot of time just thinking about how best to actually optimize our time. That's something we do a lot in meetings, and I think we've got a lot better at.
Yes.
Is just being really open about sort of who wants to work on what and like what's most useful. And so it's yeah, it's I'm sort of rambling now, but it is something we are constantly thinking about. And we would love to get it out as soon as possible, but
Yes.
we have spent so long on this now that we are definitely not gonna release something unfinished because like there's we just feel like we have to do it at a certain point. And also, playtest does allow people to play it in its current state, and a lot of people do have access to playtest. Obviously, we hear most from people that don't have access. Um, but a ton of people do have access now and can play it in our current state, and like we'll be doing more drops in the future. It's not like we can like magically like release it now and it's going to be different from what we currently have in playtest. If you play the playtest, you can see like it's not finished. Um, yeah. Anyway,
So the kind of recircling back TLDR or didn't listen or whatever is obviously no, it's not. But we're getting to the kind of conversation towards release date that I want to have is look at the roadmap, right? Like look at our roadmap and our current progress. And that's kind of a trajectory of like where 1.0 is going to land. No date. I mean, I can bump the Steam date to 2023 or say coming soon, but that's a little more misleading. So I'm gonna probably just bump it to 2023.
no,
Because
I
realistically,
think there's
right?
TBA.
Realistically, it could be.
TBA.
I think they updated the terms around that. You can only do dates or coming soon now.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna just bump it to 2023. Again, we have the playtest, right? Playtest was kind of our answer to last year's fumble, I guess, or whatever. But it's very hard. It's very difficult, and I would hope that everyone at least understands, right? That we're working our hardest, our best, right, on or trying our best towards working towards 1.0. That with enough proper planning, which the that is actually something I was going to do also, I think tonight or tomorrow. I'm going to clean up a little bit of the boards to pull out the non-essential cards for each of the feature versions, right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
To lean back onto the versioning update, right? So the main focus of kind of the public should be on these feature versions, right? We're working towards 0.10.0 for the end of the year,
Good.
right?
Good.
Ish.
Yeah, we might not get it out by the end of the year, but we are on a
We're
trajectory of
trying.
really sort of focusing on 0.10.0, and
Yes.
0.10.0 is going to be really, really big. Like, if you're excited for like a big update to the game, that's 0.10. It's probably
Yes.
the biggest update we'll do before full release. In fact, it definitely is because of the
Yeah,
things that
because of the
are in it,
maps. Because
and
then
because
yeah,
of
replay
the
refactor is
yeah.
just like Yeah, it's a new replay format, which is pretty nice, but it's
So,
like we'll have all the maps and
yeah.
be adding more.
So we
And
don't want
then
to spend forever just thinking about like when is it, like if our eyes are just set on release, like it can honestly just feel quite demotivating because
oh yeah, there's still
there's
there's
a
still
fuckload
work.
of work that needs to be done.
Right.
And in a way, I like working on this project, but like when you start to like really feel like, oh, I need to work on this now because there's so much to do, and if I'm not working on this right now, like we're never gonna get it out. That
Right.
mentality is like incredibly demotivating.
It's yeah,
So
it's like a
what
toxic, yeah, kind of
Yeah, so
work style.
what it does feel good at the moment. I mean, for me especially, with like because I'm going to be getting it back over the web.
Mm,
Is getting O10 out. That's going to be a lot of really major things coming together.
yes.
Um, and I think O10, like if we can do it well, I don't know. That's going to be a really, really big confidence boost. So I'd
Yeah.
much rather we spend the next like 2-3 months sort of really focusing on stuff towards that. Maybe it doesn't come out by the end of this year. Like I don't think we should like stress out over it too much. But I'd really like to see at least like the website. I want to see the replay rewrite done by the end of the year at least.
Zone format, you
Like
mean? Replay rewrites.
Oh, I'm sorry. I no,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
meant I meant the API rewrite.
Oh, API, gotcha.
And then but
Yeah, yeah.
then but then after that, we then have to do the map submission system on the site as well. And I don't know if that will get done by the end of the year, but like um when we start thinking about tangible goals like that, and honestly, how exciting it's going to be to actually get those goals completed, it feels much much more motivating. So for the most part, I've kind of become a bit jaded. So if their only input or like way of caring about the game
Is
is to just
release
ask
date.
like release date question mark on like every YouTube video or whatever, I don't know why I'm picking out the specific person, but I mean it is quite annoying. Um, I've become pretty jaded to the point like if that's all you care about and that's all you're sort of willing to engage with us on is that specific question, that does just feel sort of insulting at this point, and I just don't care. Um, if people are if people are going to engage with us constructively, like we are very happy to talk about progress. Like it's not like we're not going to
And
talk about when we think the game might come out. It's just we
yes,
want to do that in a way that like that actually feels constructive, as opposed to just like
it
it purely being some like random people that are entitled to
yeah, it
get
shouldn't
that.
be like release date shouldn't be like the term. It should be release progress. Like what's the progress on
Uh-huh.
the
Yeah,
release?
yeah.
And
And that's something
so
we are not trying to hide whatsoever. We genuinely want to be
yes,
talking about what we still have to do.
right? All of our GitHub
Yeah.
issues completely public, all of our GitHub boards completely public. Not the best public viewing of progress, so that's why hence I want to have a roadmap like momentum-mod.org,
Yep.
right? Slash roadmap
But
and
I mean,
just
we're happy
link
talking about it
people.
on the stream and in the Discord. Like we have conversation about it in the Discord all the time. I'm in public voice quite regularly. I'm happy like just chatting to people in person about it. Like
Yeah.
um so
So yeah, I I know. I want this game out, and I think that we're going to get a lot of progress way more quickly. Like I don't know, like how to word this. Like it's a lot of progress that's going to be kind of like in the distance, but like as we start to accomplish it,
mm,
it's like a domino effect of like it really starts to like
yeah.
decrease in terms of like
Confluence of like
actual
different
like
things coming together.
yeah, yeah, and then just increased motivation and confidence from the rest of the team as we
Mm.
get things implemented and pushed out, and then
Well,
obviously
I hope a lot of
number going up
good
for
things come
version
from it.
helps,
Yeah.
right? Number going up for version helps the public confidence of like, yeah, okay, so each week we are pushing something out, and then we push that to Steam, right? Have it maybe start publishing it on our main app ID as well, so people on the store page can fucking see it. And wishlisters, right, can see that. So that kind of stuff where there's there's enough communication, because again, we don't want to hide from you guys. We're not that's why we answered this question instead of skipping it or something, right? We don't want to hide that we're working on the game. We want to show exactly what we're working on, exactly what we're working towards, the
Mm.
progress on it. Some weeks might not have that much, and that's okay. Like that's
Mhm.
again, that's all part of it. We've rambled on for a long time for this question, but it's important because it's like,
Yeah.
yes, this game's coming out. There's no doubt about it. I'm not taking the money and running or whatever. Like I'm setting up to where I'm going to play this game. That is that's why I'm still here.
I think that really speaks to like a lot of the team where like definitely for me personally, but I know that like a lot of other people on the team is like, especially the ones that are contributing really regularly, like is like we know we are going to get this finished. Like even if it
Yes.
does take like fucking a decade, like it's not something that we'd like could conceivably give up on at this point. Like I mean, Got could get hit by a car, maybe that would be awkward. And
Yeah,
I don't know,
I would
but
for that to not happen, but yeah.
hopefully that won't happen. But
Right.
like,
Yeah. They take
but
time. Yeah, they take time to build.
if it is just like it's yeah, we're all like in very deep at this point and very
Yeah,
invested in it. So um.
exactly. And there's also like a sense of like I want to make Valve proud for giving us engine. I want to
I think no,
fucking
yeah, I
blow
think that's a
up
really good point.
Steam charts with like a new source title,
Well,
right?
yeah, I mean the
It's not
work
every
we've
day
been
you get
doing
that.
on the engine's fucking sick.
Considering the state of other released source license
But
mods,
that's
cough
yeah,
cough, hunt down the
yeah,
Freeman, cough cough, boreal olive, shit,
yeah. I
stuff like
mean
that. It's
yeah,
I'm sure they even closed off I think
yeah.
licensing now, so it's I
I
really want to
I
make
think
them
yeah. I
proud.
mean that's gonna obviously been frustrating for them, and there's a lot of just really mods that just make no progress. What
Yeah,
for us, like doing something where we sort of maintain a sort of level of professionalism and seriousness about stuff, like that really matters to us a lot. To sort of not be the
yeah.
like hunt down the Freeman or whatever. Which
And the thing, say what you want about Hunt Down the Freeman. At least it released, and that's
yeah,
something that it's
yeah.
hard. And that guy got a job at EA because the game released. That keep that in mind. It's like
I've
it released, it came out, it whatever state it is. I mean, that's the other argument. But like, it came out. It
but
was a
that's yeah.
team put together, worked probably remote, just like our team. Though that was probably more financially backed, but
It was yeah.
still, it is a source project that actually came out and didn't get canceled or the creator just fell into
Yeah.
drama or lost
But
interest or
are
something.
there's going to be like actual fucking like live server infrastructure is going to be
Yeah.
on a very heavily customized end, or not heavily like Titanfall or whatever, but like
Yeah,
heavily customized
optimized
engine
for
where
the
like
game.
we have
Yeah.
gonna in terms of making Valve proud. I mean the shit that we've done that like they probably wanted to do and couldn't be bothered.
Yeah.
64-bit DX11. Come on, Valve, you could have done that.
We're
Anyway, let's move
yeah,
on.
map limits and stuff. All right. Thank you,
Yeah.
Trixs, for asking. Sorry about the answer, but yeah. Moving on.
So plans to have nulls beyond by default is
Rix
the default setting.
Rixarlin,
I'm
which
sorry, Rixarlin.
Rixarlin. Sorry about mixing up your name. My dyslexia fucked over your name multiple times in the past. This should be correct. If it's not, again, I deeply apologize. No, it looks good. Okay. But yeah, sorry. Continue. I just want to point that out.
Rixarlin. Is the plan to have nulls beyond by default?
Yes.
Is the default setting going to be different depending on which game mode one is in?
Maybe I don't know. I like not really. I like it's.
I think they
Nulls is such a weird. It's like the scroll versus auto argument. I don't know.
It's not as silly as that.
Yeah. Oh well, I guess yeah. Scroll has like stamina and stuff, so maybe not. But I mean, it's so our current plan is to have them on by default, toggleable off. If you don't want them off, we could add a little tag to your run if you turn them off or don't use them. If you want to filter runs by that, but like again, you'll be on the same kind of like leaderboard as everyone else. I don't know. I think this is probably more of a KZ question because that's the only mode that really cares about it. The one key strafing is going to be fixed. Currently, you can hold A and then press D to kind of like like only one key strafe, right?
Oh, that's probably like
we're gonna require you to debounce.
Yeah.
The previously held. So like you can hold A and then press D to override, but then you have to repress A to go back to A. So that's how we're gonna do that, and that should help. But yeah, I mean, considering that you can buy hardware that just enables nulls, right, and making that more of a pay to win thing that we can't really do anything about, and then having the false flags around detection.
Nulls have been discussed so much for like 4 years or whatever.
Yeah,
I think
it is an early issue. Yeah,
like with the fact that hardware can do it, and the fact that like it's not a massive thing. I guess maybe climb does change that a bit, but like again, keyboards can do it like themselves, and we can't actually. Well, I guess we could.
We could detect it and flag it. But there's like I don't know. It doesn't really. It's the same thing as like why does bhop have auto by default? It's like it's just kind of the I don't know. Just kind of like nice to be default.
People at least about that because I'm not.
But
I'm
yeah,
not familiar with the discussion when it comes to bhop. But.
Yeah, this is more of a climb issue, and this is why it's like kind of being pushed off to 1.0. I don't know. I like there's a lot of people that care about like long jump and stuff, and nulls help with that. For those that are unfamiliar, nulls is nulled movement, which means that when you're pressing down A and then you press D in source, typically you actually cancel out. Your movement cancels out. So like when you press A and then press D, you just come to a stop. When nulls are enabled, when you press A and then press D, it actually overrides you pressing A and then you start strafing right. So the argument around nulls is that it makes strafes easier because you don't have to worry too much about when you're lifting your fingers off of A or D in order to like strafe, because you can just kind of press A and start moving your mouse left, press D, start moving. So like the argument is like it's kind of more of like an easy mode, and it's cheap, or you know, it's kind of the mindset around, oh, you did all of your jumps manually using scroll versus like I just held spacebar like a champ or something. So like it's the silliness around that I kind of view it under, but like I'm not opposed to really like getting down to like why nulls are really really bad. And like obviously one key strafing, which I just explained, where you hold down a key and then press D and like let go of D to like kind of, you know, alternate whether or not you're going left or right, is obviously a problem. We do want to debounce. We want you to overlap your key. We do kind of want to change the definition from nulls because they won't be straight up nulls. It'd be like just key overlap, just allow kind of an overlap tap of keys, and then requiring debounce if you want to go back to that. So yeah, we'll kind of see how that goes as we get closer to implementing climb KZ. So
we are allowing them for the Dance Dance Revolution, like that.
Yes, yeah, Dance Dance Revolution is gonna have it. An old foot movement. Anyway, so yeah, hopefully that answers that. I mean, it's really just gonna be more of an ongoing discussion towards there, but right now it's just default to on, and just, I mean, letting, I guess, people know in the like startup UX that we want to have that like nulls are technically allowed and are on by default.
A little bit in PoEditor, so
yeah,
I think it's a bit clearer now in
the overlapping. Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice with PoEditor now. It's so much easier to change those English strings.
Yeah, nullifies the need to synchronize key presses and mouse movement. That's actually a really great way to, yeah, to use the definition there.
Well, you still do have to, but
you don't have to do it exactly perfectly. Like it diminishes
only in one way
value of better sync.
You still have to be pressing the key that you are then strafing.
Yes, and obviously you'd lose.
Let go of the key that you're not strafing.
Yeah, it's not it's not an auto strafer. You still have to do it. It's just like you don't have to worry about, oh, I didn't let go of D and press A at the right, like like, oh, I could just press A, right, and then let go of D whenever and like start to move my mouse. So it's like it kind of simplifies that. And then for long jump, where you're literally like you're optimizing your strafe because you're long jumping a very, short distance or long distance depending, you got to optimize your strafes there, and that it helps because you can smash A and D like quickly if you move your mouse at the right tempo and get the right strafe, as opposed to I guess them being off and doing that even more precisely. So again, that's where the easy mode argument kind of comes in there. So again, we'll implement it for now. We'll roll with the punches, see how it goes, and then decide what to do kind of down the line. Again, detection and prevention is turning into a very risky path to take because it's really annoying to accidentally flag people that have keyboards that automatically do that via their ghosting or anti-ghost or whatever it's called. So that's going to be annoying to deal with, and I don't want to have to deal with that. Really, like, if it's not that big of a deal to have them be on, I don't know. Keep in mind, we're also not killing Go KZ. Like, that's not our goal to like kill any platform. So if people want that, right, they have that. But I like at the same time, it's like we don't want to shutter people away from it. If there's like legitimate things that we could do to make maybe strafing better, but like not necessarily with the full power of nulls, like how single key strafing is going to be nerfed, things like that we can try to do and like make it better, right? So it's not full like nulls. It's like, oh, it's actually just overlapping keys or something. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see. Thank you, Rixarlin, for this question.
I should note that we've been going for almost 2.5 hours, and we're like
We're getting there.
2/3 of the way through, so we might want to speed up a little bit.
Yep.
Um,
This is your question.
Yes, Paddy asked, how is the website side of development going? Oh, in fact, Paddy asked a thing in feedback in Discord that I haven't responded to yet, but I will. So web dev has been not progressing that much in the last 2 months, unfortunately. I've been doing a bunch of other work. So on Momentum, I've been doing more Pano stuff. The main thing was doing all the localization. Oh god, yeah, like tokenizing everything and all that. That took a while, and then tooling and stuff for that. There's a few Pano things I want to get to, but honestly, right now it feels like web really needs to get done. So I'm basically getting back over to web for now. So I'm gonna get back over to web pretty much until 010, I think. Osplo's been doing some stuff. I've not spoken to Osplo in a couple of months or month or so. Been busy with school. Yeah, fair enough. That's all good.
Happens. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
Can't anticipate it.
yeah, totally standard. Well, yeah. So of the stuff we have, yeah, I'll be getting back over to it, and I'm gonna be really making an effort to be doing a lot more for getting new people on board because we're doing this API rewrite, which is basically where all web dev work is going right now. Yeah, I mean, it's all completely open source. I mean, the repo is here. All of our web stuff is open source unless you
Yes.
include the tiny parts of anti-cheat that are web related, which are not open source and never will be.
Yeah, those will be closed. But
we for a project we're like for a big like Nest.js API, like we're a pretty big boy for like an open source thing. Not that many open source. So oh my god, can I find it in time? I don't know. I was gonna try find a progress board. Whatever. I'll just do it from memory. So the main thing we're doing is a web port of the API is going just endpoint by endpoint. So an endpoint is sort of something that like a HTTP request like targets. So you might do like
get all maps.
API.momentum /map/ yeah, you do like a get request, and that's going to return you a list of maps. It will have some pagination, so it will only have like it will probably as like by default it will return 20,
Right.
and it will start from like the 0th map or first whatever. But then you can also do like parameters. Anyway,
Yeah.
so we have to go through all that, and I think there's about 70, 80 endpoints, and I think we've done about 55 now,
Yes.
including the hard ones, which is nice. So run submission, replay submission is done. A big reason it's been taking a while is that we are doing our testing a lot better.
Yeah.
Something that
Test
I really
driven.
felt
Let's
like we need to
go.
push for. Well, it's kind of TTD. It's sort of like not
Converting
necessarily test
tests
driven, but
first and then
tests are constantly in your fucking mind as you work.
yep.
Which is I think our web should work. So it's not formally TTD, I guess, but I'd say wait, test TDD. TTD is like a train game. And anyway, so a lot of the hard endpoints are done there. I'm going to get back over and work on that a bunch and just churn through the final endpoints. Then there's a handful of more sort of general things that there's some stuff that needs cleaning up because for one, I finally understand how TypeScript decorators actually work because I'm no longer a noob at that. So there's some bits of refactors, and then we want to move our databasing from MySQL to
Postgres. Yeah.
And then bits of optimizations like rank. So that'd be fun.
Oh yeah.
And then thinking about deploy, and then when the rewrite's done, then we have to work on the main thing is going to be for 010 is going to be map submission, which is going to be front end work as well. So people are going to be able to go to the portal thingy, the dashboard, submit a map where it's going to ask you for like a BSP, a zone file, a bunch of data, and then it goes into a submission where we might do some basic validation of the BSP then.
Yeah.
Then it goes into testing where mods, and I think it will start be like mods. Every player can check it out. I think then finally like a moderator will go through and like check the entities aren't all horrible and like some really clever soul putting slurs in all their entity names or whatever. Why would you ever do that? That is baffling to me, but that is a thing. Yeah.
Don't underestimate gamers.
Yeah, I mean it is a level of stupidity that is just oppressive. Anyway, so that's the sort of main trajectory of stuff. I'm going to be getting back over that and going through endpoints. The main thing that I would love is to have people help out with endpoints with me. I've tried to do some sort of onboarding things, about sort of 5 or 6 people. I think the best we've had has been Osblo. Osblo's done some stuff really nicely. I forget some of the credit stuff, and then there's a few things I remember. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I remember how he wrote it. I thought it was really nice. And so basically, you're going to be taking an endpoint from the old API and rewriting it in our new system, which is also in JavaScript. Well, it's TypeScript, which is JavaScript with types. It's an extension of JavaScript and compiles down to JavaScript. And writing a lot more tests, and it's quite a bit more vigorous. And I'm going to review stuff more vigorously than the old stuff was. But yeah, the basic work would, if you want to get involved with it, which is sort of the main reason I wanted to answer this question like in detail, is we will give you the prospective web dev role if you ask us. Also, can you make it so I can give people that role? Is that possible?
I think so.
Yeah,
I just have to put the role. I think it's already below moderator. Yeah, I just have to let moderators assign roles, and then that's like all the roles below it.
Then I can stop pinging people about it. Like DMing you, yeah. I can give this person this role. What I think I'm gonna do is do a weekly drop-in session for any interested devs. We can discuss times in the website channel. We do probably want to open up that website channel when the rewrite is done. So we have a private website channel that's not been that active in the last couple of months. We've been not that much work on it. Also, unfortunately, Alex, the nerd man who did amazing work getting the Nest stuff started, he's had like too much other stuff on and personal stuff, so he's not been able to. Alex.
He popped in, but
he's still very good for like consulting and stuff, and he's around. And Alex is a great guy. That's like lovely to still have. Very lovely to work with. Yeah, he's a great guy. And so yeah, I might do sort of weekly drop-in things. If you've got access to a website channel, we'll do some doodle poll or whatever to get like timing sorted for people. But pretty much when I'm around and working on stuff, I'm happy to do like just onboarding stuff together. There's one YouTube video that I recorded. I think it's pinned in the code channel on Discord. That I think was a handful of people. I think Oswald was in that call actually. But a lot of it is going to be, I'm willing to be like really pretty generous with my time getting new web devs onboarded, especially because I mean this is a really good project to do as like a beginner programmer. A lot of like JavaScript is a really silly language in lots of ways, but like there's a lot of reasons to learn JavaScript, and it's really quite employable and quite a good language to learn. And with any programming, like if you do it well, the language doesn't really matter. You're just going to be learning good principles, and I think we generally have solid principles with the way we've constructed the new API. So if you want to get some like basic, a bit of programming, or you just want to start learning from scratch, like definitely just give me a shout, because I'm really willing to like. A lot of the stuff I learned specifically from Momentum, like I've done bits of web stuff before, but not that much. Like I got seriously into like API development just through this.
And it's very applicable to jobs, by the way, because if you help us out, you can point to it on your resume and be like, check this shit out. Yeah, they'll be like, what the fuck?
There's a lot of stuff that will get you some good brownie points, because you'll have JavaScript and TypeScript, and then you'll have Nest, but like, which is a sort of common framework, and then sort of you get Express by default, which is a framework it's built off of, even though we might stop using it eventually if we can sort them out. Anyway, but then like Docker, you'll do some work with Docker probably, which is very common. Maybe that's a bad thing. I'm not a huge fan of Docker, but
Docker for development's a little awkward, but but for deployment, it's very nice.
So yeah, if you want to get involved, give me a shout. So basically what Paddy said, like in the thing he wrote in feedback, is like exactly the kind of thing that I'm really interested in hearing from people. Oh, Red said the same. Yeah. So having a little bit of programming experience but wanting to learn the basics, I'm really keen to just be around and to help with that.
Yes.
I mean, I really love teaching, and I think teaching is a really good way to just get better at something yourself. Like being able to like articulate something technical is just an invaluable
skill
way of getting more understanding yourself of the thing you're articulating, and that applies not just to like technical stuff, but pretty much anywhere. I mean,
rubber duck debugging is a valid debugging method.
Doing things that was like the main thing you do is just like it's so important to be able to like articulate stuff like that well. So I personally really enjoy doing it.
Right.
Osprey's done some really good stuff for us, and like pick stuff up really quickly, and I'm sure there's loads of people here that could totally do that. So I've rambled on a little bit, but
sincerely, it's important.
I'd love to get some more developers because it would help the project, but also because it's something that I really enjoy teaching myself, and I think would be fuck you, orcs.
Yeah, it would be it's very nice to get as much help as we can with this because again, right, like everyone gets busy with school or work, and so it's like having more people with more experience around it, and then yeah, you can absolutely use this project on your resume, right, like as a proof of concept, and it works, it gets you jobs. I know firsthand experience. Momentum has gotten me to really nice jobs. So
Mm, mm.
yeah, I well, I guess it's probably not as comparable because I anyway, yeah, like the website, having a product that you can point to, having something that you can point to and talk about in depth that Tom would actually help
That's true,
you
but also
learn.
like it's not going to
And
be just pointless grunt work. Like I would much prefer there
correct.
to be like want to like seriously like take some initiative and do stuff in like an interesting way and just like
And it's applicable to the project.
and
You're
that will
helping the
help you in
projects.
interviews way more because if
Yeah.
you're doing something where you can talk about like, oh, I worked on this specific feature in a way that like I'm really pleased with. This is how I did it in like a way that I thought was
That's
really fun.
actually interview questions. Is yeah, talk about a
Right.
time that you've
That's
implemented
gonna
or
work really
that you were
well.
proud of your work.
And like
Yeah.
we're in like Discord voice all the time and like discussing like technical stuff and like sort of nerding out over things. And, like I
Yeah.
really like to like if someone's done like I can't remember exactly what it was, but there's some stuff that Osbert did really nicely. I think some of the testing he does was just like really solid, and like that kind of thing like is gonna be it's gonna be really good for job stuff to just say like yeah I'm proud of like
Yeah.
this specific way I implemented something.
Yeah.
Um,
So
and then the last thing I just wanted to note is that whilst we have the website, which is JavaScript and TypeScript, so again, TypeScript is just a superset of JavaScript. But we do also have C# tooling stuff, which people are also
yes.
welcome to get involved with. So, and we've kind of deliberately chosen those two languages because they are really pretty applicable and very
Approachable.
commonly used
Yeah.
and have a good future. Maybe not so much JavaScript. I don't know. C#
Yeah.
definitely. Like .NET's going good places and is on a really good trajectory at the moment.
Yep.
We've still yet to have a reason to write a tool in Rust, which is really annoying. But
We're getting
someday,
there. Yeah.
yeah. Um, so if you want to do some work on those two systems, absolutely get in touch. The tooling channel is completely open, and again, we probably will open the website channel after the rewrite is done, so anyone can see it. It's
Yeah.
just right now we do want to keep it super focused, and it's all a bit disorganized.
Yeah.
And again, getting involved with website stuff right now, you do want to have access to that channel and talk to me because I've just not written that much immediately on board Yelsa. I mean, we'd
Yeah.
love to have Yelsa. Yelsa's a great programmer. Um, the I don't have many docs for like getting set up with like stuff. I might do a bit of stuff soon for getting set up with web dev, but a lot of the
Yeah.
time
You
because
could
it's
also
not something
do
I do
an
quite
if
regularly.
there's a ton of people, you could do a stream on the Momentum channel.
Yeah, I might.
Just
That's
going
a
through
good
it.
shout. I have streamed some web dev a little bit before, but maybe I should just like as I'm getting back into stuff, just like
Mhm.
delete all my current setup and then start again and just like show people how I do
Yeah,
it. That'd be
show how
cool.
to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. So yeah, I've rambled on about that, but seriously, please do reach out because I'm really genuinely keen to like work with people, even if you don't feel like super confident with stuff. Like I do care a lot about like being a good person to like work with and have sort of teaching you
Good
some stuff,
teacher.
even though I
Yeah.
am a moron. Um, okay, cool. Anyway, let's move on.
All right. Thank you,
I've
Paddy, for that.
rambling on for too long.
That hopefully answers it because yeah, that was pretty much the exact state of it. So yeah,
Mhm.
it's coming.
Well, this is a good question. I
Yes,
don't know if we have an answer to, but Percy asks, is
we
there a
do.
spot where I can reread? You mean you've read it already? Through
Yeah.
the terms of services and privacy policy.
So that is what I want to add to the main website. Yeah. Um so in terms of right, like we're gonna probably have pretty bog standard like terms of service and privacy policy. Like in terms of privacy policy, it's literally just like the info that the game generates. Like that's all we're collecting. Like the info, and then obviously because you connect to our services, we're collecting like how you're connected, like your IP and so like
Yeah,
from
what kind of
connecting
user
to
is
us.
and yeah.
But we're not like we're not like identifying you by it, if that makes sense. I don't know. There's like we're gonna have an official one. Don't worry. I don't. We do have a team lawyer. I'm sure Happy would be more than happy to, pun intended,
Yeah.
to help
The
us.
thing with legal stuff, right, is like generally if you want some legal expertise, you do have to pay.
Yeah, and
And
I mean
like, whilst
we can consult some lawyer,
yeah,
but the main point of it is there's actually we're also going to have community guidelines. There's actually a third kind of legalese kind of document of community guidelines of like what's like allowed that you can do like in submitting maps and runs and naming and like kind of stuff like that, like how you treat people in the game and stuff. So we'll have those too. And again, community guidelines, if you strike those, it's just a matter of like getting banned from like chatting in lobbies and stuff like that. So, like there, you know, or changing your name or whatever. So like there's stuff like that that we also want to formalize. But absolutely, it'll be on the main website, but it's just not written yet because again, like we're not even done writing the service that to have terms for, right? Like
yeah,
we're not even done yet. So it's like we don't even know what we're collecting like in full yet because that's like we might need some extra stuff for anti-cheat and then the policy needs
yeah.
updating. So
So
like
1.0 it will
we'll
definitely be.
yeah, but right now, like all we're doing is like you're submitting a replay file to our server and we just
Yeah.
process it
But
and
I think the main thing will
save
be
it.
for 1.0, we definitely should try to do some legal consultation in some form or other, just to get
Maybe.
sort of confirmation at least of what we're doing.
Yeah,
And I guess privacy policies can be like really pretty generic.
sort of.
But
Yeah, I
with
mean, I don't
legal
want
stuff,
it to
it's
be
hard. Like you
legalese
don't want to
though.
put a legal. Well, it might have to be for if we are doing a formal privacy policy. I don't know.
We'll see if we can word
I
it very common speak, right? Like very like here's what we collect from you when you connect to us, and like the
mm,
terms and what they are, and like what we use them for. Just outlining like exactly all of this information, and then GDPR compliance of hey, like if you want to be
yeah,
the right to be forgotten, here's like an asterisk about that because it's like hey, we got to
yeah,
keep some record of your times because it's competitive data, like it we need to have some record, but you can
yeah.
remove all of your trace data, right? Other than
Anything in
that,
there that could be potentially identifiable.
yeah.
Um, Very intrusive privacy policy.
Just because they collect a few
Yeah.
stat, yeah. Like we're not gonna have the most intrusive one. Like again, it's really just like we're gonna just
No,
keep
but
track.
so
We do want to keep track of, I guess, like alts and stuff. So there might be some bits about like, oh yeah, we're probably gonna be collecting information about you, like in terms of your IP
mm,
address. And like maybe some other
um,
identifying computer
yeah.
information. But it won't be, I mean, like obviously
Well,
everything's spoofable. You're telling us who you are, so it's like obviously it can be
yeah.
spoofed.
I think the
Um,
main thing there is to getting a clear picture of exactly what we are going to want to track there, and then I really would
yes.
like to actually have it verified by someone with some legal experience.
With
Made
yeah.
me happy, but like with legal stuff, it's kind of like you do want to have someone external, ideally, actually
Yeah.
read through stuff and verify it. Um, that's interesting, Paddy. I'm got connect, smiley.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah.
one of
There
those in
are
terms of privacy that any serious web developer should be constantly thinking about privacy, just because
right.
it's a moral imperative, I would
Hmm.
say. And it is something that we do take seriously. I think with Momentum, there's genuinely not very much serious data that we collect.
Right. It's
Um,
just Steam like
yeah, yeah,
account. Like that's
yeah.
the most personal information that like we need like to operate
And
is your
and
Steam
as
account
a
ID.
as an
That's it.
approach to doing good, like privacy
Yeah,
orientated software, and especially web software, like don't collect more than you need is kind of
exactly.
my attitude. And like obviously that's kind of the opposite is the case for a lot of companies, like large
Right.
companies that want as much data as they can possibly get their hands on.
Right.
um but we are not going to be just like randomly like tracking stuff that we just don't need, or making you give us information that we just don't need.
Yeah.
That's not We don't have any sort of prerogative to do that. And again, like a good web dev shouldn't do that. Like it's something you
Yeah.
should always keep in mind. Um,
So
if
we'll
you
have
want to
them.
use selfies for your cool gig, do the stuff on the
Right.
client. Anyway, that's off
Right.
topic.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Like don't submit anything. So yeah, it's it we'll have them. We'll have them and it's we'll try to have it be accessible in the game somehow. Just maybe like URL linking, maybe in the drawer tab where like we
mm,
have like changelog stuff. We'll have maybe privacy policy terms
yeah.
of service there. We could also have it on boot up, right? Like when you first before we even create your account, you like
Mm,
because technically, right, like you do actually have to agree to the terms of service and privacy policy. And that's the thing too. I hope the terms of service is only like 5 or 6 things. I don't know how many terms we'll actually
yeah.
have because it's like yeah, obviously don't fucking like spam and like use our services to like host non-momentum related data. Um, right? Like that's mainly like the main ones I care about. Just don't fucking be a dick, right? Like in terms of service legalese. So we'll see. But like yeah, privacy policy we'll probably get more specific with like the things that we're trying to collect in terms of like identifying you if you're on an alt and stuff like that, because again, we don't really want you to be on alts. So you should be on one main account. But yeah, so thank you for this question, Percy. Yeah,
If he
we'll have an
manages
update for
alt
this
to
by
try good
1.0.
access faster, you are stuck with the alt that got him first.
Yeah,
That's not true, but I mean,
no, not yet. It isn't. But yeah, so
cool.
we'll move on to the next one. Thank you for this question.
Raru1 asks, will seasonal leaderboards be divided into different sections adapted to the skill level of the players?
This is a lengthier question than I'll fit in here,
Okay.
but what Graru meant is like, will noobs kind of have their own seasonal noob like
Yeah.
leaderboard so that they aren't looking at like fucking like Caffrey surfing and like, oh shit, like how am I supposed to beat that versus like, oh, like okay, I'm top of the noobs. The main problem is just like that kind of incentivizes alts because people want to feel good, so they'll make an alt and be in the like noob bracket and stuff. I don't know though, because like it depends on how, like, because again, if we do it based off of the cosmetic, right, or the kind of like the level of the players, right, so like the more that you've played, like maybe you get put in that higher tier bucket. It's hard to section it that way, and I don't really know what it would um provide, because the people that are so like low on the seasonal leaderboards don't care about, like, you know what I mean?
Well,
So like the two play styles, right, that we're catering to are the people that just want to complete maps, and then there's people that care about competing in maps. And so the completionists don't really care what their rank is and don't really care about the seasonal leaderboards, and will be doing runs probably on seasonal maps but not really caring that they placed 5,000 or whatever, you know, like it doesn't really matter to them because they're just like completing maps and it just happens to be a seasonal thing, or maybe they're just doing the bare minimum to get like the seasonal like cosmetic or something or whatever we end up doing. So I think there's going to be a genuine like disconnect between like noobs that could see themselves in relation to other noobs. Like we could try to scale it, like do a broader group
yeah.
system of like, okay, the top echelon, here's their like seasonal leaderboard of like rank points, because like the seasonal leaderboards, right, are just like time based for each map that we would support, and it's like another layer on top. So if it is seasonal and we fetch that leaderboard too, keep in mind that the public, like the permanent leaderboards are still active, right? So if you're setting a fatty world record or something, that's also going to save right, permanently. So like there's, you know, like there's, it's just a layer on top, so like that layer could be filtered based off of like how well you're doing. So yeah, if like you do a lot and you are actually placing really well, we start to maybe bucket it based off of the rank points that you've gained in the season, so then you get kind of a sectional view. Is that kind of maybe what this question's leaning
No,
towards? Because that's doable.
so
Of,
the
you
general
know,
notion, right, that like if you are like you play the game a lot, but you're like in a pretty low, overall rank, that like it is nice to have some extra motivation to try and do well within that skill bracket.
yeah,
I think that is a sound motivation. I'm just not sure how well it's like actually accomplished by like just sort of generating like these sort of random leaderboard sections or whatever. Like on like chess.com, for instance, they do this thing of like they constantly just like randomly put you in this like trophy tournament thing for like players within your elo, and like
okay,
I have no reason to care because it's
yeah,
like there's just
that's what I
nothing
figured.
like okay, it's just some random auto-generated tournament that like you don't really gain anything from like whatever.
Right.
Um, with some games, I kind of get it a bit more where like I don't know. I
Does
think Fortnite
Trackmania
does
do
a
something
similar
like
thing
this?
in kind of. I don't know. I don't really play Trackmania. I've never played
Does
Trackmania.
anybody in chat know if Trackmania does something like
Yeah,
this
that would be
that we
that would
could
be an
use
interesting
as
game to compare
inspiration,
against.
that we could steal
A game
because
like
we're
Fortnite works quite well because there's always this chance that even if you're in a lobby with like players better than you, that like you might randomly like do kind of well. But because it's like 100.
Also high ox. Yeah.
The closest thing Traxmania has is the Cup of the Day divisions, which is, what is it, every 64 players get put into like a new division.
Okay.
At current time, they have something like, what, 30, 60 divisions, depending on each day.
That sounds fucking fun. That would be really fun in Momentum.
Yeah. So that's what I think.
Kind of
like,
okay.
Seasonal seems a bit weird, but as a really short-term thing, I get it way more.
Day,
like a
Cup of the
thing,
Day,
or a race, or like races, like
weekend tournament.
That makes
thing.
way
we
more
have
sense.
to adapt it to then be a seasonal thing that we can keep up. But
with seasonal, I just don't think anyone would care that much, because it just seems like then it's just going to end up it's just like sort of random statistical information that like doesn't really mean anything. That like
I
if you
could
happen
see
to be
myself
better
caring.
I'm really?
Be honest. I could see myself caring. Think of something like
if you can see the
like
other
a League
players
of
in it,
Legends
maybe
season.
like that. Yeah. Okay.
Because each season you have a different rank depending on where you end up, but you're always put into at least for the lower ranks until you get up to master and above. You get like 100 LP for each rank you go through. Then you go up a tier and up a tier and up a tier.
Yeah.
We just need a way to scale it.
Yeah. So
best way
but
that it
yeah,
fits
that's
us.
what you need. You need some like actual gain from like doing better, right? Is that like if you're gonna get put up in like a better leaderboard tier or section or whatever you call it, like as you increase in rank, and that
we've already talked about things like the thing KSF does with titles and shit. Just something in your player card. You
we still have to do the like new icon designs and like Blender shadering, but we still have we've not really fully announced this yet. We can maybe keep it a bit under wraps, but we have an interesting way of dealing with rank XP stuff and kind of a trophy system.
So we can put that into a seasonal version as well. Like that shouldn't be much of an issue.
Yeah.
And then just have the motivation for players to go up that one rank.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting at the I am the #1 amateur surfer. Okay. Well, would you rather be the
#1 mediocre?
What's that? Like at that point, it doesn't matter that you're the quote unquote last.
I'm sorry.
What matters is that
you're
behind, right?
So I didn't realize. Yeah. So Graru's question, I remember reading about that, was the like player pools and if you are climbing up and down ranks, that I totally get. My skepticism is a bit more towards like the sort of artificial like sort of competition where you just get randomly assigned a bunch of other people and like just feels a bit arbitrary. That chess.com does. So what we're doing, what our plans are with Momentum with the like per mode based on rank XP. So rather than going like wood, I think so Graru suggested wood, stone, bronze, silver, crystal. We spent a while discussing this, and well, we're all big fans of Harry Potter, right? And so we've decided to actually go as we're basing it off the Weasleys.
All of the Weasleys.
We're doing it's called a Wheeze XP. So it's gonna go like Ginny, Ron, Fred, George, and those are our rank systems. They're gonna.
Why Fred below George?
I don't know. What's the one that lost an ear?
I don't remember, unfortunately. I should know this, but yeah.
Oh, well, I only have one ear, and I'm really great. So that the one
that'll be the top. Yeah.
Seriously, I only have one ear.
God, Emperor Arthur.
No. Arthur's 9 because there's 9 Weasleys, and then rank 10 is the car.
Okay.
All right, for a little bit of context, we do have plans for doing some kind of ladder sort of trophy system a bit with rank timers. We had a lot of fun discussing what the
unit types
can be.
Yeah.
And we wanted to go with something a bit different from like gold, silver, bronze, or whatever, and have some fun with it.
Yeah.
We had a Google Doc where people could just post like materials or sort of themes that the different trophies could be. And Max, which will never not make me laugh, was he just listed all 9 of the Weasleys.
Harry Potter.
Document was like several hundred suggestions, and it's just fucking Weasleys. We actually did, I think, decide on the
materials one.
They're actually really fun. Traz did some really cool stuff for that.
Oh yes.
But we do want to actually. Our current icons are based off of models, and we're going to probably improve those icons a bit, but keep using models for that.
Yeah.
Hopefully get Ethan to work on that at some point. But then we want to do some cool shading stuff in Blender, and then just render them. We will probably set up some like auto render setup, so we can generate them for like every mode, every different trophy.
Yeah.
I really like those systems. So whilst I kind of went on that tangent just to do this fucking Weasley thing because it makes me laugh so much. I do think trophy system like that can be really, really fun, and it is fun to climb and derank and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it is something we are interested in doing.
And then doing that seasonally is something that we can look into doing. So.
Yes.
Cool. So hopefully that answers that, Graru. Yeah, looking forward to getting that system in place too, because that's going to be really fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll move on to the next.
June asks, will there be a pause feature added?
Nope.
No.
Sorry. I know GoKZ probably has one. I think that was like the extra bits.
Oh, that was so. Yeah, with KZ we might do the TP stuff, right?
Yeah, you'll be able to save state in your but it won't save the timer. It'll keep the timer ticking up.
Yes, yeah. KZ does have like the whole teleport mode for doing like tier 10s or whatever. Well,
yeah, the pro versus non-pro TP mode.
Mm-hmm. But it is just sort of against the spirit of it to like be able to like fully pause.
Yep.
And like go for a Wii or whatever. That's just kind of.
Yep.
I think it's just sort of just standard how we feel about how most speedrunners feel, and that's how we feel as well. Where like it's just not good if you can just arbitrarily
pause for however arbitrarily long you want. I mean, I know you can set limits or something server side, but nope.
In HL2 you can at least like tap your like quick load, quick save bind a bunch and not have the time
and pee into a cup or something.
With one arm.
That's the new strat. Watch out, runners.
Really want to add
it's we're just promoting the idea of real time attack just being the kind of the default. So if you gotta take a break, you can. Again, just do it in your run. That's a fatty improvement that you could do.
Say just do it in a bottle.
Just do it in a bottle, whip it out. No, just do whatever you need to in the run, and then because again, like you can always come back and finish your run, and then that's a nice improvement point. I know this discussion will change when again around Climb KZ where there are 6-hour long maps, but again we're not wanting people to take 30 hours to complete a 6-hour map, right? Like we don't want those runs, if that makes sense. And in fact we probably don't even want that map at that point. If it's like taking average 30 hours.
Well, we'll have compression in the replays at least, so like the file wouldn't be too big. But
true, but we do need a hard limit. We can't just do it based off of size because it's going to be very misleading. Like, how do we convey that to we have to have a hard cutoff point just for consistency's sake. I know that each mode will probably have a upper limit. So like for Climb KZ or even each map probably could have it in each map settings. We could have like a 12-hour cutoff or something for some longer KZ maps, but right now I think our current limit's gonna be around like 6 to 8 hours. We'll figure out where it's gonna rest, but that's the time that you have. So you start a run, you have 6 to 8 hours from that point to finish it. Otherwise, and here's the nice part, it won't submit, but if you finish it, we can save it. Right, so you can watch back that run that you took a 30-hour shit or something, and then come back to. So like, there's still that aspect, right? Like again, like you can still finish the run, and we do want to add something like maybe saving a run, like an actual save state of a run that you can come back to and finish, but it won't submit as well, right? So like just kind of cutting off, submission, but being able to come back and finish it and get that replay. That's kind of part of it's like a segmented run, technically, right? You'd be creating a segmented run. So we will have kind of like some tools around that, and you can create segmented runs and submit it to the segmented leaderboard, but you won't be able to submit the like main category or whatever, right? Run, you won't be able to pause or take breaks or whatever. If you do, it's part of your time. So a lot of real-time data collection that we're doing. So yeah. Cool. Any other input?
No. Also, I need to toilet again, so I'm going to let you read the next one.
Sounds good. Unless Ox, do you want to read this question? I'm just kidding. If you don't want to, I can read it.
Whereabouts are we?
Oh, we're on Der Kenste question.
Der Kenste, what are your plans for porting maps with buttons? How will you ensure they are completable?
Yeah.
On alternative game modes, if at all.
So the alternate game modes was already answered. The idea being that alternate game modes are going to be checked kind of and evaluate it. We won't just allow every map to be rocket jump, sticky jump, every jump map to be rocket jump, sticky jump too. We will kind of evaluate maps that should be more towards one mode over the other, and then maybe allowing the other mode to count as rank points if we really genuinely believe it should. Buttons. So, I mean, it depends, because technically every mode has guns that can shoot buttons. We gave the demo a Glock, so they can shoot buttons. The sticky jump, you can shoot a button with the pistol as a secondary. So there's not really a problem there. It's just a matter of maybe using a momentum entity or just the right filtering, right? So if there are class related filters, just converting that over to game mode filters or something like that, or checking maybe what weapon is hitting it or something. The main thing is just we will go map by map, and the alternate game modes is just a matter of as long as the base game mode is supported, right, that we want, then we should be fine. And it's just a matter of people testing the alternate game modes out and being yeah, okay, this is fine, we can enable it. So yeah, shouldn't be too much of a problem. At least I'm not anticipating it to be. Again, I think a lot of maps for the default will be probably one mode, just made for one mode in general. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so cool. Thank you for this question. We're gonna move on. I mean, it's a very straightforward question. And I think this is our last. Oh no, not our last one. All right,
we've got loads. Wait, we've got
3 more.
5 after this.
Oh, okay.
With all discussion around plus strafe in Ahop, will unnerfed plus strafe stay around to the TASing purposes for noangle and similar?
No, because we're setting a new standard with plus strafe. We want to set a new standard for plus strafe. We would not keep a default plus or old plus strafe method. So yeah, I mean, again, with TAS, you'd be able to do the plus strafe or whatever AFH in one tick, right? the thing that it shouldn't be a problem for it should actually not even matter. Right. For noangle and similar,
is the way that it lets you do movement in a certain direction by a tiny amount. It's just kind of so different from the rest of the entire thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's anything we just want just a tool. I guess with trick surf, I mean, I am interested in the weird trick surf stuff, to be honest. But
I am interested too. I need to see how it's being used, but I think it also shouldn't affect it. Noangle, is that just a matter of disabling mouse input? Is that why people are so people just hold it down so that their mouse doesn't move there? Because in which case we just had I don't know, I just need to understand what that means. But yeah, the idea for plus strafe and Ahop, at least, we're ideally changing it there so that TAS wouldn't have an unnerfed version. It would have the version of plus strafe that's in the mode. Cool. Hopefully that answers that. I do need more information around noangle and what specifically plus strafe plays in that. If I can get more information around that, hit me up with that. I can look at that. But yeah, hey Ray. All right, and then Ark, thank you for that question. We'll move on to the next.
Daiter. I assume. Is true mode mixing even possible? So true mode meaning where first stage of a map is RJ, second stage is sticky jump.
Sort of. It depends. Unfortunately, this is the downside of having different tick rates. tick rates do not like being, or the engine doesn't like changing its tick rate in the middle of running.
And that would be a massive refactor to allow it, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to be able to essentially arbitrarily restart the server, and then
yes. Yeah. So we could mix elements of modes together. You could have a sticky launcher and a rocket launcher on the same map. That is actually our goal for 2.0. Is to kind of have a Halo custom games-esque system where you can just kind of customize what you want in the gameplay, right? And then you kind of go through and you would just tweak based off of that. You could tweak like movement VARs and stuff like that, so air accel and stuff like that. We really want to see what kind of comes out of that. But yeah, you would only have one tick rate for it all. That is the unfortunate side. Like, I don't think we're going to be able to solve different tick rates at the same time for the server to even make sense. Maybe we can try to figure out like if there's a way that we could fake it in a way. I don't know. Yeah, but true mode mixing in terms of like the same tick rate and just different mechanics or elements. Yeah, absolutely. That's what 2.0 is going to do. It's kind of our swan song, right? With the campaign and mode mixing, it's kind of just like, now it's in the community's hand. Anyway, so we'll see kind of what comes out of that, because there's Ox's favorite D-Hop, which is like B-Hop with a rocket launcher from Defrag or something. It's really fun. It's very fun. You can do some crazy shit, so that we might be seeing new like off modes or even new modes altogether coming out of that. So looking forward to that. But that's, again, it's not really the focus, because again, more modes right now is not necessary. We need to get core systems done first. So yeah, 2.0 is kind of our plan for that. Cool. Thank you, Daiter. Sorry for butchering the name. But thank you for that question. We'll move on to the next. Second to last.
Numbers. What are currently the most played game modes, and by how many people? Well, can I do this one actually? Because So we could look at the DB. I don't think it's very accessible from the dashboard.
There's a stats page on the main site.
I barely looked at it.
The most played game mode is Surf. It's Surf. It's the most top completed map. Surf Utopia, I believe. And then B-Hop, Shasta. I think B-Hop Everfast is a popular map as well. We don't have the exact stats exposed, but I would really, and again, the front end is open source. We would really love to expose this to people so that they can see like which game mode is the true top.
But the thing I also wanted to mention is that these are just stats based on completions.
Yes,
we will be doing stats based on
playtime
in the future. It's an endpoint I have in mind, and I've had in mind for the whole time during the rewrite. It's something I want to do. I forget exactly what we're calling it, but we'll be doing a basically sort of standard system of like when you join a map and leave a map, it's gonna call the API saying I stopped playing this map, and then we'll do like a 5-minute heartbeat, and it should be good enough. That is going to be a much more interesting statistic, right? Because like it's hard to know, like, you know, completions don't tell you that much. Like it's bound to be like skewed in weird ways and just not very accurate. So it'd be nice to just show that and expose that better in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, there's the collection of this kind of statistical data, right, and then there's the representation of it. So two sides. Right. So we need to know what we need.
But like you said, Saber Scott, like with a game like this, stats are so important and they're so interesting. Like, and I love stats. I mean, it's especially with something like momentum, but also just in general, I love statistics. There's just, I don't know. I really want to improve the tracking, so doing stuff like session tracking. That was it. The session endpoint was gonna but then I don't know, there's gonna be improving how we display it, and then I don't know, a lot of that stuff will need to be done on the front end, and oh god,
right. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. Again, we don't, we're falling behind here. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but yes, absolutely, we do want to show that kind of statistical, like per game mode. But like we want to be able to break it down into just what people care about, right? And then obviously user pages having stats, like what you right? Play a lot. What you play.
And if you can't see the stats you want to see, just give us a shout and we'll give you the like the Postgres.
We'll give you the work to do,
so you can log into the database and just see you can just do queries yourself.
Yeah. We'll give you PG admin. You'll be able to just see everything that you need. So just make sure you log off, because that's a security concern if you don't log off. Anyway, yeah, thank you Tmob for this question. Yes, stats are coming down the line. We have a lot of plans for them.
Okay, Paddy, is there consideration in getting
momentum involved? Yeah.
Involved with more community events pre 1.0 release, e.g. providing keys for mapping competitions, speedrun streamers. And,
yes.
Yeah, if people reach out to us, then definitely.
Yes. The community announcement, which, if for those in the Discord that got this lovely... Also, why are you peepo pinging the fucking announcement? You opt in to the role. Anyway, yeah, so in the community announcements channel, that is meant to be kind of just the greater Momentum Mod community. If there are Surfs Upside Down or whatever tournaments or mapping competitions that people want more eyes on, that is what that channel is for. It's not meant just for our Q&A every month. We just use it for that because it's, you know, it's an event. But the idea is that that is meant to be the events. And then absolutely, if there are, I think Masog reached out and asked for some keys for the mapping competition or mapping challenge or something that happened.
Was that the one that Rexo was doing the stream on? Because I was watching.
I believe so. Yeah.
It was really fun. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I believe so. And so, yeah, absolutely. Like, right? We would love to support the greater community. Right? Like, we'd love to. I believe Anglesurf put on a mapping competition. We helped with that, giving keys literally to every mapper that needed one. So it's absolutely it's falls into our key requirements, right? Mappers, and we would love to get our name out there and have goodwill with people that are creating stuff. Speedrun streamers eventually. Yep, the goal is eventually down the line, just giving it out to people that do speedruns to see how they like it. Source speedrunners in general, maybe Portal 2 speedrunners. We do have some overlap with the P2C community and speedrunners probably. So yeah, plus people probably know me from my Half-Life 2 days. So yeah, so anyway, there's definitely overlap there, and we'd love to supply, but it's just a matter of reaching out. So just reach out to me, or technically anyone on the team. Hopefully they forward it. But yeah, when in doubt, just message me on Discord. DMs are open for that reason. So yeah, and we're really looking forward to supporting every community event, even after 1.0. If there are KSF or whatever,
we're gonna do so much shit for that.
Yeah, for 1.0 too.
Yeah, so like even if it is for like some like it's gonna end up on KSF or whatever, then sure.
Yeah. It seriously, it's what it's meant for. Like it's supporting.
Like we're happy to.
To shout it out. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like it's like providing keys to people that would create maps. But again, we do have to be careful with that, because yeah, it's like if we do announce like a server or something competition and people make momentum only maps. We have to be a little careful about like warning that, being like, yeah, you can't use the new grid and you can't use portals and all the other goodies. But on the other hand, right, you get to use momentum to test out your map for it. And test maps too. That's the other thing. If you're a mapper and need some known good people that need the key honestly, to test.
Like if anyone has like just a decent looking game banana profile with some maps on, just you'll get a key. Like we're not being stingy with them for mappers at all.
Yeah. We want to support as many mappers as possible.
And even if you don't end up doing anything for momentum, I mean, whatever. Like the chances, like we do get people that play momentum and then like it, and then we get
are higher.
Momentum, like it's completely worth giving out a key for that.
Yeah.
Just don't try and learn Hammer just to get a key, because there's better ways of getting a key. Trust me.
Though I mean, we do need more mappers, so also try out Hammer. But
no, absolutely. But yeah.
But this is specifically pre 1.0, so yeah, absolutely. Just any community events that would love to have momentum keys. I don't know, like I know there's people that might want to do like giveaways and stuff of keys. Not really sure how that's gonna work. We could give a handful. I don't know. to streamers or something doing
yeah,
it.
but
But
if it's some giveaway where like that streamer's making money from it, then
oh right, yeah, no, we can't monetize keys that way. So no monetization, but like just like a fun like, oh hey, like type exclamation mark momentum in chat, you know, and get a key or
I think
potentially
that the
get a key.
only way we could conceivably do that would be for some charity thing, and then maybe Steam would be okay with it. But like,
Yeah,
we don't want to treat keys as rewards, right?
no,
Like keys
yeah,
are for people that do good work and seem, and yeah, if it helps events and stuff work, then absolutely. I
right.
want to hide keys in my map. Okay.
I want to hide. Yeah, that's possible. In fact, somebody did that actually for one of the hidden keys. It was like I think it was Vortex. Vortex hid it inside the BSP, and you had to like dig in the lump. It was in like the entity lump or something. But yeah, cool.
Move on. Got 2 left.
Yeah, thank you, Paddy, for this
Over,
question.
but that's all good. Resistance is futile. Ask: if there are holiday themed cosmetics for Halloween / Christmas, etc., will they be time restricted?
To obtain them, yes, but not to wear them. You can wear them whenever the fuck you want. But to obtain them, most
like they do the most absurd cosmetics, right? For
yeah,
like the ostrich scout or whatever it is, ostrich sniper. Like so, like where
yeah.
they're like such stupid cosmetics, they don't want them to be enabled all time throughout the year. But I mean, yeah.
But with this game, right? Yeah. No, like we'll see, but yeah, absolutely, they will be time based in the sense of like you have like a month. So like for Halloween, we'll probably do it like 2 or 3 weeks before it, and then leading into it. And then all you got to do is probably just submit a run or like do the seasonal challenge or something to unlock.
Yeah, challenge better, I think.
Yeah, so that's the main thing. So it's just like actually, we want to reward people actually playing around the time. We don't want to just unlock them, but they will be kind of like a free unlock that you get, like a free kind of rewarded cosmetic that you would get for doing it during that time, as opposed to it won't be purchasable, right? So it will be kind of the limited edition that way. But like every holiday, right, that like every year, every holiday that happens, like you can get the previous ones too. Like so it's like RuneScape, I think, kind of does that. Where you get like all of the holiday event items, get your party hats and stuff. But yeah, so like that's kind of the way we'll set it up. There will be a time thing. It'll be very clearly communicated. It'll be in the like game UI and stuff everywhere. So yes, but wearing them will not be, unless we make them absolutely obnoxious. But in which case, that's not. I think a cosmetic we'd want.
We can make all our cosmetics obnoxious if we want.
And we could do more obnoxious things during the holiday like season thing. So like we can have it be time boxed that way, where it's like, yeah, obviously, during Halloween we could have like spooky music. No, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what like kind of like stuff we want to do, but we'll have Travis Scott playing in those. Anyway, yeah, like we'll kind of see what we want to do for like the actual event and like restricting things to the actual time of the event, other than gaining that cosmetic at that time.
Yeah, we definitely want to like let like film studios like promote their films in our game. So we will have like The Rock, for sure, as Black Adam or whatever.
Yeah, Black Adam integration.
Like, only like really artsy films.
Like all the A24 films.
Yeah.
I'd be down. Everything Everywhere All at Once promo. Go watch the movie.
Yeah, that's a fucking sick film.
Yes. All right.
So, honestly, the outfits on what's the name in that film would be quite good.
Yeah, right?
What's the
the daughter, right?
Yeah. God, what's her name? Who plays her?
I forget too. But yeah, it's fantastic film if you haven't seen that. But thank you, Resistance, for this question. And then I think our last one that came in on the wire, but we got it in.
This is a really good question that I'm not going to rant about too much, but I want to talk about a little bit.
Yes.
So Decaro?
Decaro? Yeah, sorry for butchering the name.
What about procedural texture generation or upscaling them with AI? So procedural texture generation is something I'm interested in. I do it less and less. I used to learn substance designer and wanted to get a lot better with it, but honestly I've sort of lost interest in it in some ways, partly because I don't really feel very impressed by the way the software's going, unfortunately. Algorithmic are great, but Adobe are the opposite of great.
Yep.
They're fucking shite. Fuck them. I literally deleted my entire Adobe account when they wouldn't let me get rid of my credit card details. They were like, "No, you can't delete that. We're just not going to let you." But at the same time, we have to apply with like right to be forgotten. So I just deleted my account.
Yeah.
So, procedural text generation. I mean, generally, I mean, it's something you do before. You don't want to do it in game, really. Like,
But you could.
even if you're doing it on the GPU and you have ways of doing it pretty fast. Well, substance stuff aren't that fast. Like substance archives are big files anyway, and aren't that fast. So I'm skeptical of that. That's one of the reasons I find substance really disappointing in the way that it's gone in the last couple of years. Is that, like, they could be doing way more in terms of like interfacing like Unreal and stuff, and making it so you can do more like dynamic text generation stuff based off of, you know, substance archive files or whatever. But there doesn't seem to be very much of that. And I mean, for us, like, yeah, the nice thing with procedural is you can just generate endless variations with the same graph, which is very nice. But ultimately, that just gives you a bunch of texture files you can shit with the game, which is okay. We do have some improvements with like texture compression stuff now. I think we deflate compress them now, and then they get DXT compressed as well, and we have BC7 now.
Yeah, BC7, yeah.
So there's a bunch we can do to get texture sizes down quite a bit, but at the same time, I mean, procedural texture generation is just, it's one of many ways of making textures. I've become more and more jaded by it. Partly through talking to people in the Polyhaven Discord. I still haven't finished that, like all the Polyhaven textures that we wanted to ship, even though we went on, had it in like a dev stream a while ago.
Well, now we have BC7. BC7 wasn't in.
Yeah.
So now we can re-encode them.
Well, yeah, we don't have BC5, which I would like.
No, we do. BC5 and 7 are supported.
Is 5 in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
5 and 7 are in. Yep.
I thought 5. Oh, right. Is that? Did they come after BC7 or?
No, it was in the same PR. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
We have it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to learn that. BC7's like super complicated.
Oh yeah.
But sorry, but through talking to people in the Polyhaven Discord, like, and their sort of arguments against procedural generation, I completely agree. Like, good, like, actual photography for textures tends to be better, especially organic stuff. I just think, like, there don't seem to be very many studios that have a team that's purely doing procedural. And I'm sure if you did, you could probably get to the point of doing some stuff really, really well. Maybe for stylized, you do. Stylized makes a lot more sense, but for doing something more photoreal, doing organic material like realistically is really hard. Like, try and make grass in Substance Designer. Like, I've never seen a really good grass texture in Substance. So procedural, there's advantages to it, but I think to some extent is kind of less impressive, and I'd much rather, if I was going to make a map with textures now, I wouldn't be making stuff myself in Designer, especially for organic stuff. I'd be using Polyhaven textures because those ones are fucking great. They're really, really good, and they're completely free. CC0, they're great. So that's procedural. Second part of it is upscaling them with the AI. I've always been skeptical of this because AI seems very good, or the AIs I've seen are very good at upscaling a base color.
Albedo.
Yeah, albedo base color, which is like what you think a texture looks like. But in terms of them actually doing normal maps and height maps, I've been less impressed by that. And in a way, a height map is kind of and this comes from doing stuff in procedural work, where a height map kind of defines, like, from a height map you get your normal, your AO.
Yeah.
I guess just normal and AO, but like, those are kind of the two things. You really need to be able to get a good height map from like some existing material or whatever, something that, or a
reference. Yeah.
Yeah, you have an AI that's trained on that, and then but getting a height map from that tends to be really, really hard. And I've not seen AIs do that well. However, Nvidia's thing, the new thing they've done, I was watching their like thing with Morrowind, where they've done some really, really impressive AI stuff there. I guess that wasn't upscaling; that was actually generating. Yeah, completely. And I was starting to get really interested in that. So clearly, there are places that are doing it really well, that can actually take a full set of textures, not just an albedo/base color, but they can do a height map, they can do a roughness map, and metalness if necessary. And then from height, you get AO and normal.
Right.
Well, I guess there's parameters there, but it's still kind of a linear like mapping between. So for momentum, I don't really see a use for either yet, because so stable diffusion stuff, taking like existing things and then sort of really expanding them out and getting something more. I don't know. I don't know enough about stable diffusion. I don't see procedural. Okay, we have full PBR, so procedural you can definitely make a lot out of. You can use substance for momentum textures. I do that. I'll probably do some texture work for the learn section textures and do that in Designer. Probably, I don't know. Don't want to keep paying for it. To make a new Adobe account. The upscaling with AI, do people want that? Do people want to see like a gold source texture upscaled? You know, like
I'd rather have an alternate, and the asset atlas would point to it.
Yeah, and then you also get the copyright thing. It's like, yeah, we could probably AI upscale like all of the textures from like Half-Life 1.
Yeah.
And maybe use that legally, kind of.
Yeah, CSS asset pack is just upscaled CSS assets.
Yeah, like is that I mean, I think the law is like really complicated when it comes to like
I don't even think there is one for AI upscaling. Like it's technically generated by the AI using input of copyrighted material, but then fucking GitHub's, you know, Copilot would fall apart. I don't know.
Where, like, I mean, if Valve were like, stop doing this, like, we're not going to say no and keep doing it. We're not going to fight them legally.
No, yeah. Oh God, no. We're not rebels like that.
I don't like the idea of like upscaling existing textures just to be able to use them, like CSS, because we'd just be taking CSS textures, upscaling them with AI, and then redistributing them and say, oh, it's not the same file anymore. We can use this. That seems unrealistic.
But what if we use stable diffusion to generate a like texture? No, and that's and it gets really weird because it's like
that is a possibility,
right? Like
I'm yet.
It's akin to paying a texture artist to make that pack, right, or something like remake pack of
one of the things
similar.
Is like, I get really scared with AI just because it's gonna get people out, gonna lose people jobs.
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, people that make good height maps might stick around. No, I think
it seems to be able to do some good height mapping stuff. It seems. So I'm scared for that.
Yeah, we'll see. There's always I mean, there's always like there's a difference, right, with even like chatbot AIs and stuff, right? You can make the nicest chatbot AI, but it's nothing compared to like a average human, right? That can like understand more deep contextual, right? And that's just language. And then you have visual, right? We're a very visual species. But anyway, I just wanted to note that I'm a big fan of demo scene. So procedural texture generation where it's like literally the shader fucking building the texture or something like you see on Shader Toy and stuff would be fucking cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that would be actually really cool to like ship a map with like basically just a bunch of like lines of code of like, hey, this is how it should look, and like the shader just like reads that and it's like, all right, cool, bet, all right, and then like generates the sickest looking fucking like metal and stuff, right? Like that would be really cool, because then that would also cut down on a lot of storage and because it would just blow up in RAM, right? So it would just maybe add a little bit of time to map loading too, but like I don't know. Like let's go to a Shader Toy and like look at it. Shader Toy is like my favorite website to just dick around on because there's so many fucking cool shaders that just do really cool procedural shit. Like there's the like planet shader thing that's like it's a whole planet and then it goes in and it's like the fucking ocean and so it's insane and it's just all a shader and it's like what. Anyway, I should look into that more.
Shader
Toy has a lot of really cool shit, and I don't know if that's what Decuro meant here with procedural, as in like literally procedurally generated by a shader.
In the like the long form of the question, like you need something with the texture in large maps because it's just only a low resolution texture repeated again. And
true.
It looks awful.
Yeah, true.
I mean, a lot of that, I feel like that would be scripts that just like replace a texture with a blend texture and then just like do something. Like a lot of the time, like to get that.
There's that. Oh man, there was a paper. I think it's in our Red server in the Chaos graphics or in Off Topic. But I think SL linked it, and it's like you can like rotate and like still like using like a honeycomb pattern, like rotate a texture and have it still stitch and blend together. I forget where it was, but it's a really cool idea to kind of just make it more or less anisotropic, right? Where you have like the lines of like the same like pebble, right? You have instead like it's a whole new texture kind of looking thing. That would be fucking cool to also do and look into. I don't know if it can.
I kind of do feel that with a lot of the way a lot of material stuff is going at the moment, stuff is moving incredibly fast because you have a lot of AI stuff. You have.
It'll be interesting to see where it stabilizes.
Yeah, if it will stabilize, but yeah, avoiding tiling. Yeah, so I want to find the thing Estelle posted.
Yeah, we gotta find that because that shit is fucking cool. And again, that's the other thing I want to do more is read more papers. There are some sick fucking computer science.
It's one of the best things about doing graphic design,
graphics and like
your graphics programming is.
Right.
It's more academic and it's more structured.
And they're like, here's like an efficient PBR workflow. And it's like from 2002. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, let's implement it. But you know what I mean? Like there's so much bleeding edge shit that would be so cool to look into.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I doubt we'll do that much.
No. I just want to look into it though. Like I just want to see what's out there. But yeah. Anyway, any other input?
I was like, no.
Because it is almost 30 minutes
over.
Yeah,
cool.
It's a bit bigger boy.
Big boy, yeah.
That was the last question. Well, what do we want to do? Do we want to? Oh god, it's 3:30. Shit, that's 3 hours 30. We can play a little bit of momentum. There's a lot of please play conks in chat.
Play a bit of conk. Yeah.
Play a little bit of conk. Do a little bit of showcase of the game to any new eyes that may be watching. Probably dropped down in viewership because of how long we've been going here. But I guess were there any other last minute questions before we jump over to gameplay? Quick questions.
And any like small questions we can do as we go.
Quick questions in chat. Yeah, we can do while we play here. So let me get over to gameplay plus webcams. And then capture the oh god, it's so big. It's the big boy.
Are we gonna do the Christmas thing again this year? I kind of wanna.
We could.
That
was fun.
Thing.
Yeah,
that was really fun. Because I think
we do have the old. We do have the old one still.
We could keep working on that. That could be fun.
Yeah.
I think voice chat. Do you mean VC voice chat? On release. I have no idea actually. Do you...
So voice chat is planned, but the way it's going to be kind of operated is invite only and friends only, which, by the way, if you're looking at the screen right now, this is how you create lobbies. You go into this drawer panel, and you can browse public lobbies, and you can also create your own. So invite only and friends only lobbies will be on, I guess, by default, voice chat. You don't have to opt in or enable it or anything, but public lobbies or roaming lobbies, you have to opt into the voice chat. So that way, right, you don't automatically start hearing all the gamer words or anything like that. Hosting a lobby is pretty simple. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how the networking goes, because right now it is peer-to-peer, so we'll see if it's going to be like I don't know, that much bandwidth. It shouldn't be. It uses Steam related, like Steam stuff. So like the CS:GO like voice, right, like stuff. It is effectively what's going to be networked to. So that worked well. That works well. So that'll be basically what we have. Yeah. Benin who wants a key. All right. Key emoji.
On the topic of Game Awards, is there going to be filters or will it be report/ban?
Yes, we are going to be using the Steam built-in chat filter thing. So there's the built-in Steam chat filtering thing that you can opt out of. So
I do. Tootless is not. No, we'll do that hopefully tomorrow with I9 to release the language application form. For reporting and stuff, my desire for it, I'm not quite sure we've agreed on it. I don't know how much we've discussed it in a bit. I like CS:GO's system of auto muting a lot. If you're joining public lobbies and spamming slurs, I think the best thing there is to just give you a flag to be muted by default when you join the lobby or a public lobby. I'm not going to ban people. At the same time, I personally really don't want this game to be a free-for-all of just like random people saying complete shit. Yeah, these textures are the most broken textures I've ever seen. Good job, Crank.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Crank is like a conga legend and really, really nice, but I have no idea what is going on with this text.
Yeah, that's just something we gotta like debug or. Oh wait, how do I? What is?
But yeah,
oh.
The main thing is with reporting and moderation. I just don't want people to feel like they can just get away with just being like offensive.
You can't keep getting away with it. Yeah, absolutely. Breaking Bad memes aside. Wait, oh, is this okay?
I don't want to over moderate it, but at the same time, I mean personally, like I put a lot of time into this game, and I don't want our game to be something that's full of just absolute cunts.
Right.
You know,
yeah,
you know, it's sort of the opposite of the Elon Musk Twitter takeover, where you know, each of the N word goes up by like 500% or whatever.
5,000. Yeah.
But we are still in fairness, we are now printing out all of our code. So
that's how we do code reviews. It's just too good.
Yeah. There's so much joy to be gained as a programmer from like just reading about how Elon Musk treats programming. It's so fucking stupid. Career mode going, K-Dog. I don't know what career mode means, I'm afraid.
Campaign? Does that mean campaign?
Maybe.
If you're meaning the campaign is not being worked on until after 1.0. We're gonna be.
Yeah, I was originally brought on to do like writing at the start, and I'd love to do writing for campaign, but it's like I care about 1.0. I care about getting this game out to the public, not campaign right now. We've got some really cool ideas there. Especially like now, at the point where we are with engine, like I'm so interested to think what we could do with like a full game. Because like Source 1 feels much less and less like an engine from like the early 2000s. But it's just, you know, the priorities, right? I want people to be able to play the game. I don't really care. I don't think people care that much about campaign, to be honest. And so brigading to test the limits or something. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Oh god, imagine being like that. That must be something else. What are we fucking parents think?
Can I do this in one?
Got annoyed by Discord.
Oh yeah, you can.
Radial menus. Oh, is that you? So radial menus, I think, are a really interesting thing. It's the main issue is just it's something that I personally don't want to work on. I'm sort of like the main person who does panel work, though Peanut's been doing a lot, and like other team devs do stuff at times. What the fuck?
It's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah. So I would really just rather see that's something that could really be done by no, sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought.
Happens.
So radio manual stuff, yeah, it's a component that could be done by like anyone because it's just open source Pano stuff. Like I would rather not. It's not something I would really see myself working on until after 1.0, really, because it's kind of basically a radio menu is in lots of cases it's a nicer version of a context menu where it's just like just a list of items, right? Instead you array it like radially. That's nice. I just don't think it's something that is like, you know, super essential. That being said, if someone does want to work on that and would want to chat with me just about like getting started on that and some advice, I could absolutely give you tips for how I think that could be made potentially in Pano. So.
I think I can do this in one. Oh no, not quite. I need to.
Is SVR supported? No. Is that way? That's source of video record. I always look for everything SVR.
Yeah, SVR is currently not supported, but we do want to integrate with it down the line. We do want to have like a more official pipeline for it.
We don't think about demos really.
Right. We'll have it work with our replay system.
Yeah, replays are a sort of similar but much better format than demos that are I mean, we can do. There's so much faster process. They're so much smaller. You can like scrobble through them like super quick. And,
No, fuck. So close.
Plan for duration correction? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is in the like pipeline, but it's because we have to refactor our replay first. That's kind of when we're scheduling it. So it will be around 0.11.0 that will no damn it. That will reach out.
Just to clarify, like we're about to put out 0.9.2, so our sort of schedule's changing, but like in terms of general milestones we have 0.10.0, which is kind of like the thing we're focusing on at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is the zoning refactor, including the website rewrite and a lot of big mapping changes. So it's kind of when, right now, we're not adding many new maps, partly because Doc has to do stuff himself, but also because the zones are going to break after 0.10.0. So after 0.10.0, when the rewrite's done and when the zone format changes, then we'll way more maps. So that's 0.10. That's really big upcoming update. And then 0.11 will be the replay refactor, where the format we use, basically our replacement of demos, which are shite. Our current format is a bit shite, and we're going to improve it. So better compression, it'll be, I think, faster pass. I can't remember what the other optimizations are, but
what is happening to this texture?
While you're surfing on a map, like you're going to do.
Holy shit! What?
Oh,
it's like Jello. Oh my god.
I remembered this earlier because I was going over a conversation in my head that we had in a Red server where someone was complaining about people saying that PBR is broken, and not explaining why.
Shit.
And I felt really bad that I couldn't give an immediate
it's like
reason why
the
PBR
Matrix.
is broken. This is the reason that PBR is broken. This is my favorite like PBR bug.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
need to, aren't I?
Glidey looked into it. I looked into it a bit. There's something really interesting going on there, but yeah, it goes off at like some.
It's so weird. Oh my god, it's the whole wall. This is parallax mapping, yeah. Because these bricks don't actually have depth, despite it,
right,
looking like they do.
This is still a flat texture, but basically it's a parallax thing is an algorithm in the pixel shader that sort of like changes where in the text you're looking at based on where you would be looking at if the texture had depth.
Yeah.
So there's some nice geometry you can do to figure it out, and it's relatively quick. No, sorry, it's not relatively quick. It's actually really quite expensive because you had to do this horrible loop to figure out exactly what the depth is. But yeah, our parallax, there's something slightly off with it. I think Trixs did some really cool work on parallax stuff in Military Complex and ARM that he wrote like a paper on.
Yeah. Oh wait, shit, is this the okay? Yeah.
Oh, this is a terrible stage. I hate this.
Wait,
so yeah, sorry, catalog. So the stuff with chat. If you're in a lobby, you can see the chat for anyone in that lobby, regardless of what map you're on.
Yes.
So you can be in a lobby with people on any map, and you'll see chat from them for anyone in the lobby. It's just if you are on the same map, then you'll see ghosts. So if you look at you can see like the avatars and stuff around the place at the moment. These are other people that are on the same map as Nick.
Yeah.
So who's that? That's
Faded Frank, and we got Trainer Mitch and some other people.
Yeah.
Trying to run away.
These are people that are in the same lobby as Nick, that don't. But even if they were on a different map, they still see the same chat. It's just
do I have to crouch?
On the same map, then you see the ghost. We could show you their ghost even if they were on a different map, but then it would be completely broken because they'd just be like flying through the void half the time.
Oh, there we go. That's it. Just gotta do it from behind. All right, where am I going? I go. Oh, it's a portal. Let's fucking go. Do I go up through the portal or? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Which is really nice, right? Because it means you and your friend can be on 2 different maps, but still just be in chat, including voice chat when we do it. So yeah. Our networking is like a pretty big shift away from traditional source networking.
I know. You fall into this, or do you go up that like little tube over there? Oh no, you go above. Okay, I see. I
Was so confused. I think I did everyone's question.
Nice.
Any more questions?
Am I gonna be able to beat this map? That's my question.
Um.
Oh. Wait, no. Wait, what? I'm back here. Why am I back here? Okay. Just regressed, I guess. That's not where I go.
The issue with this map is that when 010 comes out and maps have to be resubmitted, we are going to have to ask Crank to change the textures because the texture files are just unreasonably large.
Yeah.
The map is like 100 megabytes because it's just full of like 2K textures that are barely ever used. I think I told him.
I'm going into that. Okay. I gotta go into the cube. Alright. Can't land on the other, otherwise I get teleported back. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. We're good. Also, what is this bounce? That's not where I'm looking.
This is how I tried to do it, which I think someone said was wrong. But like, why do you guys like just roll off just as about to explode?
I mean, bottom of the
I guess
start
you can just
platform?
juggle it, yeah. Yeah, if
Yeah,
you,
Oh. You wall pogo it.
do. Osbo's completely right. Yeah, you wanna.
Oh shit! You go underneath.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Okay, I see. It's a drop conch then. Whee! Oh, that's fucking sick. Shout out to portals, dude. Oh, and that is really fucking fun. All right, here we go. That is not gonna work. That was nope. And then you can fall right back through the hole and fail.
Portals are so fun.
They are very fun.
I was chatting to a friend of mine the other day from uni. Like I hadn't spoken to him in like a year, and I was talking about like momentum stuff. And he turned out he's a massive Portal fan. I was like,
there you go.
oh yeah, I got the source code to that.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Fucking nailed it. What is this?
It's so
another one. Okay,
cool
all right.
How clean the portals and momentum ended up being. Like it's not that surprising because like we had the difficult code already, but like it worked really fucking well.
Yeah, big ups to Valve, and I mean I think Rio fixed a little bit of them too.
I mean, you did my supporting work, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm going back. All right, I'm back. That's the strat. All right.
I'm watching the stream on a delay, so I sort of knew what was going to happen as you said that, and then really enjoyed watching it unfold.
Damn it. Damn. It's like, how do you do this last lip? Do you really have to blow it up like right here?
Lighting on this map is really
yep, you do. Oh my god. Let's go. No. Fuck. All right. Oh, that might. Oh no, that's not better. Oh wait, that's way too late.
Scene in
or not.
like the first Harry Potter film where like they're in a big room full of keys that are like flying at them. I want to like animate that with just momentum man like trying to get away.
Oh, all right. Here we... No, I fucking bonked again. God damn it. This might work. No, not quite. I could probably charge a second. I'm really just trying to see if I can do this in one.
Big things missing for release 1.0. So big things are going to be, so zone refactor, zones are kind of jank right now, and we want to improve like how much stuff they can sort of store. And well, like we want to be able to say that like some track for a specific map has all these specific properties, and like do then like filtering the map selector based on that, bunch of stuff there. Then 11 restate refactor, we need to improve the format of that a lot, actually store weapon state better, compress it better, be able to process it faster. And then 012 is various things like stage records, doing that properly. Sort of a lot of small things are sort of like zone to website integration, and then anti-cheat.
I'm gonna have to use two.
Anti-cheat's a big boy, because writing anti-cheat for a game that like this, you have to do in quite an original way. Oh, so zones are just the terminology is kind of weird, but right now Gok is in like checkpoint 19 of 17 and like checkpoint 14 of 17. 19 of 17
I hope not.
Really broken.
Yeah.
But so the like you see the little line like around like the There's a bit he's walking off. That's a zone. And
Yeah.
it's essentially like the zone sort of describes like the way in which you need to go through a map to complete a run. So kind of stages, yeah.
Yeah, but it's for a linear map, and for Conk it didn't really matter. But these are technically stages because you keep teleporting.
Yeah, I'm still not super happy with the like terminology between stages and stuff, but like
it's just a checkpoint that you can teleport back to. Basically, that's all it means.
Momentum, man. Oh, we don't have the alert.
Yeah. Thank you, Brave, for the sub. Oh, is there a reset teleport?
No, I guess not. Stream like in the next week, by the way. I know I've barely streaming. So yeah, catalog. There's like with a lot of different stuff. Like, thanks, Daniel. With a lot of momentum, like a lot of small little bug fixes. There's a lot of stuff that's not just in the game. We also have the website stuff, and then a lot of just like general engine changes that are kind of hard to like explain completely. Like we were talking about earlier in the stream, stuff like CMake, which is our building system that we've just changed to.
I got a crouch. It's got a crouch, man. That's all I need. I crouched this time. Let's fucking go. Oh no, there's more. Wait, where am I? Oh, okay. Okay, I can airstraight this one. That's fine. Or not. I cannot airstraight this one. You have to airstraight, but not where you expect.
Yeah.
What the fuck? This is tier 2?
I love the base movement in Kong. It's really nice. Yeah. No tropical foxstorm this time. Was that what I was listening to last stream? They're a good band. I feel like their first album is like by far the best out of all of them. But it was last year's one. No, that was so close. Tropical Foxstorm are really good. It's a stupid name for a band, but they're really good fans. Damn. Trying to strafe it. I keep getting I'll probably just do some boring web stuff and then just, I don't know. At the moment, I just want to make web more accessible. It's tier 2 for the wall pogoers. Oh, for fuck's sake. Let's try 1.5. Either one of your favorite bands? Damn. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, Conk is tough. Conk is a really, it's a nice... Good, good fucking movement. Good Conk is, like, really fun to watch, though. Like, Maxim or, Emp. Emp is, like, the most fun to watch. I love watching Emp play. Because Emp just does this, like, wizardry half the time that I just, Damn. What am I missing? Like, what's the timing? Is it... I'm trying 1.2. That seems to be close, yeah. Okay, so 1.2 is it. I'm just too far away from my conch when I fall. There we go. Alright. What the fuck? Where am I going? What is this? That is a portal. Okay. Oh, that's fucking sick. Okay, alright, alright. So, oh, okay, I'm back down. Oh, but that's deep water. Okay, I can't do that. So I have to do it like this. Oh my god, oh, that's so wacky. Alright, you actually have to do this like upside down and then throw it. Oh my god, so it's like this. You throw it down like that, and then there you go. These last two stages are some of them. Woo! That's fucking fun! Oh my god, portals. Oh, wait, what? Okay. Where am I going with this? Not there, not there. There, and then up. Okay, I see. Oh god, alright. How deep is that? That's pretty deep. I have no fucking clue what is going on with these saves, because they are... They're pretty good. I don't blame anyone either. I think it's just weird shit, you know? Oh god, what? Wait, can you fall forever? What was down there? What was I viewing? That was like the fucking Interstellar. Spoilers, I guess, but fuck. Yeah, please don't spoil Interstellar. Like, yeah, still mean to watch the classic. Oh my god, wait, okay. Terrible film. I don't know if this is a double or I have to go through that or that.
Wait, you can fall forever? Alright. Alright, give me over. Give me over. Alright, no. Okay, okay, okay. I can do this in a double. We can do this. You just gotta drop the conch. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. The conch is displaced. Oh, my God. Alright, here we go. Here we go.
What is going on with the stencils?
Oh, no. This needs to... I need to throw this over here. Wait, you can land in that little loop-de-loop? Okay, that's actually next-gen strat right there. Oh, shit. Encoding overload. Oh, I am dropping some frames. Uh-oh. My internet shitting itself? Uh-oh. Why is it... Oh, is it because of the textures? It's probably because of the textures.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, okay. I see. I see how you do this. No.
Oh, there's a really funny texture at the end. I remember that. But yeah, we are gonna have to tell Crank that, like, we do have to distribute this map, and there's like, oh God, how big is the map file?
That's too deep.
It's big and the netcrash is large. I have it downloaded. Oh.
No, I mistimed it. Oh, it's slightly off at the timing. So you have to like almost immediately drop your second one. Oh no, they add that. See that height?
Lower than 8K, hey cowboy. I have used 8K text in this game. But, yeah, I don't get much from it.
I don't know if this might be the intended way, but it doesn't feel right. I don't know. Fuck. I didn't have enough horizontal. Yeah, it is. It's not. My GPU is not liking this map. Gotta get a 4090, I guess, for the future of games.
I'm gonna get some food. We'll be right back.
If I keep looking down, there's no... Oh no, it struggles at the portals. Fuck. Can you even like... Okay. Alright, hear me out, hear me out. Yeah, I also have to get some dinner soon here too. Man, why is this so low perf? Fuck. That's not enough. How did I get more horizontal? I guess I gotta really throw it behind me. Also, I just realized that the end zone has a green color. I don't know if that's... It's supposed to have red. Oh, man. Yeah, my GPU does not... I mean, my game's fine. It's just the encoding chip. I'm genuinely surprised it does not like that area. I do want to beat this map, though. That's it. When I beat this map, then we're free. Okay, we can't do the double like that. We have to throw it behind. Like that? No. Oh, I'm back. I do, yeah. I'm using NVENC, so my computer's fine. But my stream is not. It's pretty funny. It's dropping frames. I don't know if that means the encoder is dropping. It is encoding overload every time it does that little... 2 handhelds? Okay. Let me try it, I guess.
Back.
Or do you... So it's just 2 in total. No, wait, what? So you have to But how do you get the height? What am I not doing?
You answer Saver Scout's question.
I don't think I've seen it.
No, I can do it. So Saver Scout, the main thing is previously we've been kind of casual with the way our voting used to work was we had these sort of like sub milestones of like 092, 093, etc. that we do a sort of announcement and blog post for those, but then we do like irregular, just sort of, you know, random playtest updates. What we've now changed to do is those milestones are going to be, rather than having the sub milestones, we're just going to every week, assuming that we have like some stuff pushed, even if they're just tiny fixes or whatever, we'll do will be a sub milestone update. So we'll have like 092 is actually a really quite big update because we haven't pushed in about a month, and there's a bunch of stuff all getting in. All the localization stuff is in. Aspect ratio.
Oh god, the audio. Oh no. Okay, we made it. All right, so now I just got to get up there.
The plan is we're actually going to be aiming to do an update every week, and that will be a sub milestone. So we'll be going to, ideally, you know, a week from now. If we get 092 out tomorrow, then like 8 days from now, or whatever, is likely to be 093, and then we'll just keep going up like that. Because we kind of have been a bit too stingy with when we put out updates, I think, and like honestly, like there's not really much cost to us of putting out an update. And also with localization, it means that means like every week we can be updating the game. Because we just have a script that automatically pulls from PoEditor, our site for localization. So that way, like once a week, like all the things get updated. Oh, fuck.
This is momentum. We should probably stop trying to play the sound if you have like a bunch of rockets already. We'll probably look into but this is what we'll need, the hundreds of players.
A way of like counting the amount of things that there are.
The lag helped. I got over there, but I didn't have the handheld ready in time.
And there was another good question. Frank asked, are you going to stream non-Q&A? So, yeah, I've not been streaming much in the last, like, 2 months, really, because I've had a lot of my time has been sucked up by other Source Engine game work, because I was doing some paid stuff, but I was doing for, like, a month and not doing that much momentum. And then a lot of the work I do currently is, at least for panorama stuff, I do that on, like, my engine build, so I can't really stream that. If I wanted to stream it, which I could do, I can compile a release build and then move that over to like, basically I have like all the engine secret stuff on a encrypted drive that if I'm going to stream, I'm unplugging that drive basically just to be completely sure that I'm not showing any NDA stuff, because anything NDA I keep on that drive and never on my main drive. Because naturally, like, it's an NDA, especially with Valve, it's something we're going to take very, very seriously and never leak anything. Yeah, Pano stuff, I could stream some styling stuff, but a lot of work I do now, I'm doing with like Visual Studio open, and I'm regularly like recompiling the game, and I just can't do that on stream, which is the same for practically all developers, including Nick. Like we can't stream licensed work anymore, unfortunately. But I probably will do some web and maybe do some Pano stuff. I would like to stream a bit more because
damn it.
Just a nice way of like chatting to people, and especially with web, I just want to make that feel more accessible to people. Orchard Tree Studio. Yeah. Yeah, I just hear like, instead of programming, I just hear like bird song and sort of react to that with like sort of various like sort of calls and warbles. What the fuck are you talking about?
You can go back? Oh.
Well, this map sucks. Sorry, Crane. This map sucks.
I can at least get in that trough, but yeah, this jump is brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really do anything about that one. I thought that was enough.
Mom on Steam Deck? No. Well, I mean, I think no, people can run it. It's just, I mean, we're a mouse and keyboard game. Like every mode in this makes sense. A mouse and keyboard. Parkour might be alright.
Yeah, parkour is like the only one that might support it.
But yeah, pretty much. Like a lot of there's a lot of precise aiming, and like even something like Conk, where like a lot of the real skill is in timing. Like you still have to be able to aim accurately. And I just, you know, it's funny that mouse and keyboard is so good for games, but it really is. I mean,
damn. Like
having like a mouse, something that's just on a flat surface and you can move a bunch is just an extremely powerful input mechanism.
Fuck. Trying to just get in the trough again. Can't. Damn it. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, I'm back. try number 2. Right. No, let me get through. Yeah, because I mean, at least big portals, right? Big portals look strange because it's perspective warping among like a texture that's.
I think these are the biggest portals you can make, aren't they?
Yeah, that probably makes sense of why my GPU's dying at encoding this section. It's a 2080 Ti, it should be able to handle it, but I mean, it could also just be some stuff that we didn't really think through when allowing portals of this magnitude.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them on frame at once as well, right? You're seeing.
Yeah, but well, the recursion is only I think a couple layers deep. So like even in normal like portal, you don't really.
Yeah.
Ugh, god damn it.
I've never actually looked at the portal code myself. Oh, is daylight saving today? So wait, it gets lighter earlier.
Yeah.
Fuck off. I hate that.
Yeah.
Ron was doing momentum stuff, and I'm always up late talking to like Americans. So it's nice when like the clock when it gets dark fairly late.
Oh wait, is this good? Oh. Okay. Do I just have to triple now? Can I? Okay, I can touch the walls. That looks like a start zone up there, though. I'm a little scared. Is this where I go?
What is this gold texture?
That's the start zone. What? Why is it green for me? All right, I'm scared, but whatever. We'll hit it.
That is, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Ah, fuck. Okay. Damn. Oh. Yay! My torment has ended. Anyway, no, that's fine. It's the textures are a little rough, but that's just also stress testing the shit out of our shader. Oh, I got 30,000 XP for that one.
Oh, I need to re-go over that
classic
like animation.
Yeah.
It's super fucking
oh yeah. Well, I also have to see if the thing fixes at 092, but luckily I didn't have a comparison. That's hilarious though. This was the start zone.
I don't think it is.
Oh, and it does not like me looking over there. All right, so we're gonna end it there.
Like a portal here or something.
End it there. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to you. Brought to you by viewers in part like you. Thank you all so much for watching. A little bit of a lengthier one. Sorry about that. There seems to be nobody else streaming Momentum. Is there anybody that we should raid in particular? Let's go see. Oh, Niken's doing just Modern Warfare 2. Okay.
Look, we've always got a good default.
Oh yeah, the otters. Can just do the otters, I guess. Okay, that works with me.
Hope you enjoyed the stream, Kiyoshi.
Yes. Yeah, thank you all so much for watching and enjoying. We do these every month. Ask us questions in our Discord, !Discord. Yeah, feel free to hang out with us. That's the best way to stay up to date with the game. What's the? Can you link the otters? What are the otters? Or
I think I can do it. What's the command? Raid or host?
It's /raid, yeah. /raid, I guess. Yeah, and you should be able to. You're an editor. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay, thank you for doing that. Cool. Okay, anyway, before you go and enjoy some very adorable otters, yeah, thank you all so much for watching. And yeah, 4 hours is Q&A 1 reminiscent, but we had a lot of fun tangents. So, okay, anyway, they're usually not this long. We usually try to cap it at 3, but this was a bit of a lengthier one. But yeah, go and enjoy some otters and catch you all in the next one. Thank you all so much for watching. Bye-bye.